right? We're used to attack ads on the candidate. I don't think anyone's ever attacked a candidate's great-grandfather before.
Well, then one could argue that he's doing that because maybe he can't find enough to attack in his own opponent. It's an interesting way to look at it, right? But I also think that there's this thing from the bottom up, this Democratic Socialists of America class warfare thing. And I think that that's what the ad gets at, that there's a resentment, there's sometimes even a hatred of people who are born into or who earned or who connived their way, however you want to put it, into circumstances that make them wealthier than other people. And I just don't think class warfare is the message for the majority of Americans. It's been tried before. Thankfully, it fails most of the time because most people here have aspirations that they too, with some hard work and luck, can become those who they envy.
Yeah, and envy, of course, is such a dangerous emotion to feel. It can lead to so many bad things.
Yes, it can. Yes, it can.
I think I read that somewhere, Lisa. I'm not quite sure where I was told that that envy is dangerous, but
envy is dangerous.
But no, yeah, and it's if you watch right now, it is an animating theme. This whole class sort of warfare or class conflict. It's really, when you boil it down, it is sort of an us versus them and an in-group versus out-group, and it's really obviously the unfortunate nature of it is that it works, and all one has to do is.
Does it work? Yeah, Mike.
I think it works in the context of these Democratic primaries. I think any Democratic primary where the challenger has been successful, one of the things they have been successful at doing is portraying their opponent as essentially a villain. That's one of the pieces of the equation you need in a successful Democratic primary. And one of the Elliott challenges, one of the things observers have pointed out about this race is, yes, Josh Elliott does have all the policy positions of one of these progressive primary challengers. Does he necessarily have the kind of boogeyman in Ned Lamont, though, that progressive voters, I'm just speaking for those progressive voters right now, saw in New York City or saw in any of these races where they've really gone after not just the policies but also the person they were running against. You kind of need both, I think, in today's day and age.
I think you always needed a little bit of both. But I think the class warfare thing among the primaries may be real, but I wonder if it's going to hold up in a general election. You know, the people that I know that are kind of the stalwart standard bearers of the Democratic Party in Connecticut, they're very annoyed at the Josh Elliott campaign because they see themselves as having a centrist, popular Democratic governor, which is not that common in America right now. And they wanted to stand by their guy. And they see this as an unwelcome distraction from the big picture. So.
And it's another thing, right? Is the Connecticut Democratic Party and that general election electorate has become a suburban party. And do they necessarily, what would happen? I find it to be an interesting question. What would happen if someone with this message sort of pulled off a surprising win next month and then sort of inherited or had to adapt to this coalition that Ned Lamont has built over the last 8 or 10 years?
I'm just interested in talking with you, Mike Cerulli, because you're a reporter, but you're also much younger than I am. You saw the poll results that said under 50, 34% Lamont, 33% for Josh Elliott, which is the same thing. It's neck and neck. And yet over 50, it was, a landslide for Lamont, 72%. You're the younger people. Are you talking to younger Democratic voters who are all in for Josh Elliott right now? Do you think Governor Lamont should be worried?
I certainly know a lot of young people who are my age who really like Josh Elliott and are planning on voting for Josh Elliott, and who are. I think the interesting thing to ask about in this situation is, and this is kind of getting a little inside baseball, but I have a lot of friends who are going to vote for Josh Elliott and who are going to vote for Luke Bronin up in the 1st Congressional District, the Hartford area, which I think says something interesting about what it is those voters are looking for. It's been written about a lot that up in the 1st District, there really aren't a lot of policy differences between the candidates. What is different is Luke Bronin is basically saying explicitly, I'm younger and newer and a little bit more energetic than my opponent is. That's why, and he puts that out there as one of his great sort of strengths. I think people, particularly young people, after 2024 and sort of many, many years of seeing a lot of old politicians on screen, I think there's definitely an element of this. Of a lot of young people look at these races and they like seeing a younger person. They like seeing someone who's talking about economic issues through that lens, Lisa, frankly, of a little bit of anger about the way things are going right now. And, that's their view and that's their feeling on the economic state of things right now. And you've heard them before, difficulty buying or finding housing, difficulty with wage growth, inflation, all of it. They like a little bit of that. Josh Elliott, here's
gimme.
Who's to blame for
Josh
it.
Elliott's solution is gimme. Josh Elliott's solution is the government should give it to them. That's his solution. Gimme.
And I think he also embodies, Lisa, a bit of there's a group of people at fault for this, and we will, and hey, guess what? Not only is our solution to a lot of these problems going to be solved by taxing them, but wouldn't it also be nice to take a little bit from? I think there's both elements of that in that
what
sort
would
of
be nice to what? To
progressive
what?
message.
Wait, what?
To sort of stick it to him, stick it to him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, every one of his ads and every one of all of their ads right now, including Ned Lamont, says we're going to make blank pay their fair share, whether it's businesses or billionaires. I mean, it is literally every single Democratic primary ad right now. If you turn on the local TV stations, you can watch Josh Elliott, John Larson, Luke Bronin, and Ned Lamont all make an argument saying, I'm going to make someone pay.
Okay, so Mike Cerulli, how can people tune into the debate that you're going to be conducting and you're going to be part of this evening?
So if you get News 8 on your TV, WTNH Channel 8, you can just tune in WTNH Channel 8 at 7 o'clock. As a Jeopardy viewer myself, I apologize. I understand a lot of folks want to watch Jeopardy, but this debate, very important that folks see this conversation play out on stage. For folks that live kind of in our neck of the woods, Lisa, where sometimes News 8 isn't available in the Fairfield County area because we do live in the New York media market, WTNH.com and the News 8 streaming app will have it as well. So you can live stream it, and of course it will be online afterwards and all of that. So you won't miss it, and all the exciting moments, of course, we'll be posting on our social media, and I'm sure Ned and Josh will have teams and teams of people getting ready to clip up all those sound bites.
I want to thank you, Mike Cerulli, for coming on the show, and congrats to your own success as a statewide journalist. It's really wonderful that you have the honor of being one of the people that asked the questions at tonight's gubernatorial primary debate. Good luck with that, and we'll be tuning in on WTNH.com or on News 8, Channel 8. Thank you so much. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. Have a good one.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Partly sunny, warm, and humid the rest of this afternoon. There may be a random shower or a thunderstorm in the mid-80s. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight near 60. Tomorrow is sunny, warm, and less humid near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's July 22nd. After hearing a customer complain about his French fries being too thick, Chef George Plum invented the potato chip.
Lay's potato chips. So crisp, you can eat 1 million of them, but nobody can eat just one.
Delicious.
Also on this day, we celebrate the birthday of the late Alex Trebek.
And now, here is the host of Jeopardy!
Until next time on Jeopardy, Alex Trebek. So long. So long, everybody. So long, everyone. So long. So long, everybody.
July 22nd, 1988, the #1 movie at the box office was Big Top Pee-wee.
There's one of my co-stars, Vince the Talking Pig. This is a very challenging role for me.
July 22nd.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In New York, ousted Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro back in court today. A federal judge set the trial date for his narco-terrorism and drug trafficking case.
Maduro appeared at ease as he entered the courtroom without shackles, greeting spectators with good morning in English and waving at one of the sketch artists as he took a seat at the defense table. Judge Alvin Hellerstein promptly set a trial date for June 1st, 2027, the date requested by both prosecutors and defense lawyers. Maduro's lawyers say they plan to file a motion to dismiss the case in September by arguing that Maduro and Flores are protected by sovereign immunity. Peter Haralambous, ABC News, New York.
The U.S. military continuing strikes against Iran for an 11th straight day. President Trump and Pentagon officials a short time ago attending the dignified transfer at Dover Air Base in Delaware for the 4 U.S. service members killed in Iranian attacks. President Trump before the solemn ceremony telling reporters what he would say to families.
All I'm going to say is we love you, we love your child, and that's what they are to them. They're their children. There's no games, no nothing. That's their child.
18 U.S. service members have died since the war against Iran began. In California, it is day 2 of a preliminary hearing for David Burke. The singer, known as David, is accused of murdering the body of a teen last year.
On the witness stand on day 2 of the hearing, David Burke's financial manager and a finance employee of the record company that signed Burke are testifying. Prosecutors are trying to establish that Burke had a huge financial motive to protect his career and that he killed 14-year-old Celeste Rivas to prevent her from exposing their sexual relationship and impacting that career. On Tuesday, prosecutors showed gruesome photos of the crime scene as they try to prove to the judge there's enough evidence to move to trial. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
No one won in last night's Mega Millions. Tonight, you have a chance with Powerball, the grand prize up to $567 million. You're listening to ABC News.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You play for the win, not just on game day, every day. Channel that drive into your money. Robinhood puts you in control, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
Tropical storm Bertha expected to make landfall later today in southeastern Louisiana. Even though the storm is weakening, it's still packed with those powerful winds and heavy rain that could rake the coastline, and it could also lead to flooding inland. ABC's Ginger Z is tracking it all.
It's really those parishes south of New Orleans by 4 p.m. this afternoon for those gusts up to 40 miles per hour. And then it goes to barely anything by the time it gets to Texas because it really dies out. So it remains a tropical storm, makes landfall later this afternoon or tonight, then hugs just south of Lake Charles before just becoming a low-pressure system into Texas this weekend.
In Texas, Governor Greg Abbott ordering state agencies to investigate what he calls advertising for birth tourism. ABC's Jim Ryan reports from the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
So-called birth tourism involves women traveling to the United States in order to give birth to a child who is automatically a U.S. citizen. Governor Greg Abbott says 2 Texas hospitals were advertising birth packages in Mexico. He calls that an abuse of immigration laws, adding that, quote, U.S. citizenship is not for sale.
In France, the Apollo Gallery at the Louvre in Paris is back open to the public for the first time since last year's crown jewels heist. That's when thieves took less than 8 minutes, forcing their way through a window into the gallery and stole crown jewels valued at over $100 million. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Bridgeport police captain is under investigation for allegedly using a gay slur in front of several fellow officers. Michael Salem III, the president of Bridgeport's police union, confirmed that Captain Kevin Gilliran is under investigation, but added he couldn't add anything more to his comment. Gilliran is one of 3 captains in the department, and he's being accused by Captain Lonnie Blackwell of using a profanity followed by a derogatory homophobic slur directed towards Captain John Cummings. Blackwell emailed his complaint on July 14th to City Attorney Taisha Toms, saying Gilliran used the term on July 12th during a tense exchange with Assistant Chief Frank Capozzi after Cummings made a joke at Gilliran's expense. Mayor Joe Ganem's chief administrative officer, Tom Gaudet, said that Captain Gilliran is a good man who's had a great career with the Bridgeport Police Department, but if he did use that term, appropriate punishment should be given. And Tweed at New Haven Regional Airport is moving forward with its expansion project. Airport officials made the announcement Tuesday after the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia upheld the Federal Aviation Administration's approval of the expansion. The town of East Haven had filed a legal challenge to the extension and terminal expansion. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound roadwork exits 18 and 17 in the right lane. On Wilbur Cross, northbound roadwork exits 52 through exit 58. Stay to the right to get through. And on the southbound side, you have it exit 53 down to exit 50 before the tunnel. On Route 8, you have it on the northbound side. Construction exits 15 and 17. Left lane is blocked on the southbound side. More roadwork exits 14 down to 11. And in Danbury, Kennedy Avenue westbound side is closed between Main Street and Elm Street for construction. Traffic report is powered by the City of Bridgeport. Bridgeport residents, are you concerned about extreme heat or poor air quality? Join the free community conversation Thursday, 5:30 p.m. at Burroughs Community Center. And that's Kraus WICC Traffic.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Clearing later this evening and overnight near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny with a high again near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorak on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes. Well, it's debate time in the wonderful Nutmeg State, the Constitution State. It's all here tonight. Coming up, you just may have caught that segment there, last segment on the download with John and Chris. A segment earlier in the week, earlier today with Mike Cerulli from WTNH, our friends at News 8, and Lisa Wexler talking about the big debate tonight. It's on News 8. It begins at 7 p.m., and it's going to be interesting. Listen, I think most people are apt to say, hey, Ned Lamont's got this in the bag. Yeah, he may have this in the bag, but it's going to be interesting to see, because remember now, this is going to be, unless something drastic happens, this is likely to be Ned Lamont's last term. I mean, obviously, he's 70, 71, 72, whatever. A third term is usually unprecedented, so the fact that he would go for a fourth term, not happening. But can Josh Elliott win the night tonight? Can he lose the debate but still win the battle? You see what I'm saying here? There's that old phrase, you lose the fight, you lose the battle, but win the war. Can he do that eventually? Can he lose the battle tonight because Connecticut is so entrenched with the Democratic power brokers and the entrenched Democratic leadership in Hartford? But does Josh Elliott have a chance here, an eventual chance, maybe not this year, but in 2030 to win the war? Because maybe Connecticut is still a little too steeped in the old Democratic tradition with, some flashes of progressivism, DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. Is the change happening? Is tonight going to be the big change, even if Josh Elliott, by the mark of the pundits, doesn't win tonight. Right now, if you're on video, you see me doing win with the air quotes. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. What do you think? In fact, if you tend to be, and if we've talked before on the show especially, if you tend to be a little bit more on the progressive side, are you going into tonight saying, well, listen, it's an uphill fight, David v. Goliath, but Josh is a tough guy, he's a smart guy, and can he, to use the old boxing metaphors that guys and gals like my age grew up with in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, can you land some body blows on Ned Lamont? Do you criticize him, as the progressives do a lot, for, not wanting to raise taxes? Does Josh Elliott push his plan tonight? I'm assuming he will, because you would think the questioning of power bills and electric bills and energy expenses comes up. Does Josh Elliott push back against the governor, who's saying, well, we're gonna hold the feet of Eversource and UI to the fire? Well, Governor, how's that worked out? In your two terms and Dan Malloy's terms before that, how has that exactly worked out? And another question, will you be watching this tonight or listening, or will you be watching this evening? And do debates matter? And I ask this all the time. Now, sometimes they really do. Even in the modern times that we're in, witness Joe Biden, with all due respect to the former president. You remember back in June of 2024, just over 2 years ago, he did not have his best night. And people are now coming to the grips that, the first few minutes of that debate swung again a massive, burgeoning political pendulum in this country. But could you possibly see that from tonight? Now, again, Ned Lamont's going to be not exhibiting, as the former First Lady Jill Biden said, stroke-like symptoms. I don't think so. I don't think we're going to be hearing the First Lady of the state, Annie Lamont, talk about, use the phrase as Mrs. Biden did, I thought he was having a stroke. I'm doubting that's going to happen tonight. I don't think so. But I'm asking you that, whether or not a debate really could change your mind, or a debate really could win an election or lose an election. It certainly did for, I believe, Joe Biden. But number one, will you be watching tonight? And number two, who's your pick? And maybe, I don't want to say limit, but I'd love to hear from people out there who despise Republicans, who never vote Republican, who always vote Democrat, always do the big D of the little d. I'll take the blue, not the red. I'll take progressivism over, lazy conservative-ism, you may be saying. And have you caught that kind of progressive itch a little more? Now, when you think about it, what you hear from Josh Elliott is not uber leftist. It's really not. In fact, a lot of folks, including the guy blabbing behind the mic right here, kind of like the idea of trying to go, and it would be a long, arduous, incredibly expensive process legally and legislatively and money-wise to pull this off. Yeah, a state-owned or individual municipalities going back to ownership of their electric grids here in the state. Man, wouldn't that be something? Now, you're talking about a long time before this could ever happen. So all this will be interesting tonight. It is the incumbent Democratic governor, 2 terms, going for term number 3, Ned Lamont, is going to face off against Josh Elliott. Now, the two, along with Ryan Fazio, did a forum, a candidates forum, I think in Bridgeport the other day, that was kind of interesting. But this is going to be one-on-one. This is going to be mano-a-mano here. And if Josh Elliott has any chance or any notion that he could possibly pull this off, maybe he just comes out swinging. A, will you be watching? And B, I'd love to hear from you. Talk or text at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Love to hear from you if you're a progressive or a Democrat, and maybe you voted in the past once for Ned Lamont or twice for Ned Lamont and think he's a good guy, but maybe some of you are out there saying, yeah, you know what, but why don't we try somebody a little younger? Why don't we try somebody who's got fresher ideas? Or is does this still continue to be, as they say, the land of steady habits? How about that? Do traffic and weather together. News coming up bottom of the hour. A lot more business, too, right here on WICC.
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade, so the boss won't mind if you sleep in.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
The right time to buy a new Buick is right now. The right place is D'Addario Buick GMC. Right now, get 0.9% financing, plus up to $2,250 purchase allowance and no payments for 90 days on select new Buick models. Shop D'Addario Buick GMC in Shelton. The difference is D'Addario.
Must finance through GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Must be a current owner of a 2012 model year or newer non-GM vehicle, or a current lessee of a 2021 model year or newer non-GM vehicle for at least 30 days prior to new vehicle sale.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Sleep better with a Gold Bond mattress from Spectre Furniture in Ansonia. Gold Bond mattresses are made locally, available in every size and comfort level, and feature a flippable design that helps extend the life of your mattress, giving you years of exceptional comfort and value. Adjustable bases also available. Whether you like plush, firm, or somewhere in between, Spectre Furniture has the perfect mattress. Visit Main Street, Ansonia, and discover why generations have trusted Spectre Furniture. Dependable for 136 years. Main Street, Ansonia.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
The Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest by Connecticut Basement Systems is Sunday, August 2nd. Don't miss the pizza panel discussions presented by Jordan's Furniture New Haven, an experience like no other.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound roadwork exits 18 and 17 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross, northbound roadwork exits 52 through exit 58. Stay to the right to get through. And on the southbound side, you have it exit 53 down to exit 50 before the tunnel. On Route 8, you have it on the northbound side. Construction exits 15 and 17. Left lane is blocked on the southbound side. More roadwork exits 14 down to 11. And in Danbury, Kennedy Avenue westbound side is closed between Main Street and Elm Street for construction. Traffic report is powered by the City of Bridgeport. Bridgeport residents, are you concerned about extreme heat or poor air quality? Join the free community conversation Thursday, 5:30 p.m. at Burroughs Community Center. And that's Kraus WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair after midnight, cooler near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow near 80. Friday, sunny and dry near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Stamford's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
Is there any doubt in your mind that you would be able to function in such circumstances?
Not at all, Mr. Truitt, and I want you to know that also I will not make age an issue of this campaign. I am not going to exploit for political purposes my opponent's youth and inexperience.
Remember that? Can you imagine if Ned Lamont did that tonight regarding... I'm sorry, I had to do that. It's one of the great debate moments of all time. Whether you were a fan of Mr. Reagan's or not, whether you hated or loved trickle-down economics, that debate still goes on and on and on. But how about that? Wasn't that funny? It really was. Back when our politics was a lot less, shall we say, vitriolic, shall we say, back in the last time, in a far begone time, where you might get a little crazy, a little nuts at a dinner here and there, and Reagan did his jokes and his opponents did their jokes, and that was it. You didn't have, oh God, we didn't have social media. We didn't have people calling each other pedophiles when there was no evidence. Didn't have people calling each other libtards, too. Remember, that's always a famous one, too. That's one I like that. But in all seriousness, is age a factor here? And I don't mean age being a factor in a negative way. Look, Ned Lamont seems to be still sharp as a tack. Listen, he loves the job. I have heard from everybody close to him and far away from him who I've had on this show, and they've said he loves the job. He's got a lot of money. He's got a ton of money. He's not about having to get up in the morning and say, well, geez, how am I going to make more millions of dollars today? He's worth hundreds of millions. But, you'd kind of never know it. But on the other hand, you've got Josh Elliott, a younger guy with a family business, well-known grocery store in the town of Hanbin up there on Whitney Avenue. I used to go there a lot when I was working in the area. Very convenient. Although, you know what? I mean this with all the love in my heart, because I'm no physical specimen here, obviously. But a lot of you people that go to the market, the family store that Josh Elliott owns, is a natural kind of natural food store, but there's a lot of regular stuff in there. But man, oh man, you people that shop in natural food stores, eat more of it, please. I'm begging you. I know they're probably 10 times healthier than I am, but did you ever notice that? No, and I mean this with all the distinct love in my heart. I'm dead serious. I am dead serious. Mr. Elliott's store had a wonderful selection. I ended up buying some organic candies there. It was nice. I puttered around there in the aisles. Oh, that looks cool. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, maybe this is better than the store-bought brand. Okay. But my God, you people that go to natural food stores, eat more of it. Your clothes are hanging off you. Stop looking like natural hangers. A clothes hanger shouldn't have operating eyes, a mouth, and ears, if you know what I mean. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So, again, this tonight, and you know what? It's too bad. And look, it's great Channel 8 is doing this. News 8 is doing this. It's great that, and they have to do it now, I guess, because obviously the primaries, the last day you can vote in the primaries is primary day on the 11th of August. But God almighty, these summer primaries, and we've talked about it on this show. These primaries, you got to get them out of the summer. You just do. You just do. The primaries should be in September. Kids go back to school, last week of August, at the latest first week of September? Make the primaries in this state the second week of September, and then after that, you've roughly got about 8, 9, 7.5, 8, 9 weeks to campaign. That's it. Make it a compressed schedule. Because you wonder how many people are going to be actually paying attention tonight. The ones that are paying attention tonight, good on you. Will you be paying attention? That's what I was wondering tonight, tomorrow. 203-333 9422 333 WICC. And has a debate ever changed your mind? Now, we used to say we were on a gradual uptake of saying, no, it's not going to change our mind. You get deluged with push ads on your digital devices, yada, yada, yada. And then, 2 years ago this past June, Joe Biden v. Donald Trump. I remember listening to it on the radio, of course, in my car. I was running back and forth. They said, oh, you know what, I'll watch the highlights when I get home. And unfortunately, we heard Mr. Biden do what he did. And I remember staring at my radio going, oh, my God, this one is actually going to matter. And it did. Do you think the debate tonight is going to matter in the end? Now, maybe it does. Maybe you have people saying, oh, yeah, Lamont's on tonight, and he's got that young guy's running against him. That, what is he, Edward? No, honey, Elliott. Josh Elliott, yeah. From Hamden, runs a grocery store, legislator up there. Let me take a look. Or is this just, I don't want to say waste of time, because exchanging political ideas is never, ever, ever a waste of time. It's not. I don't care how crazy one side or the other may be. But having said that, so you tell me, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC, talk or text, either way. Well, the big question we start off with today, will you watch tonight's Democratic gubernatorial debate between Governor Ned Lamont, the incumbent, and State Rep Josh Elliott of Hamden, and who, in this marquee matchup, this steel cage match, no time limit, no fall limit, no time limit, who will come out on top?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound roadwork exits 18 and 17 in the right lane. On Wilbur Cross, northbound roadwork exits 52 through exit 58. Stay to the right to get through. And on the southbound side, you have it exit 53 down to exit 50 before the tunnel. On Route 8, you have it on the northbound side. Construction exits 15 and 17. Left lane is blocked on the southbound side. More roadwork exits 14 down to 11. And in Danbury, Kennedy Avenue westbound side is closed between Main Street and Elm Street for construction. Traffic report is powered by the City of Bridgeport. Bridgeport residents, are you concerned about extreme heat or poor air quality? Join the free community conversation Thursday, 5:30 p.m. at Burroughs Community Center. And that's Kraus WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Clearing later this evening and overnight near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny with a high again near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You play for the win, not just on game day, every day. Channel that drive into your money. Robinhood puts you in control, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
Yes. It's the big debate night tonight. Josh Elliott v. Ned Lamont. Who you got?
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. A solemn military service known as the Dignified Transfer took place at Dover Air Base earlier today in Delaware for the 4 U.S. service members killed in the Middle East this past weekend. President Trump and top Pentagon officials were on hand. Hostilities, meantime, between the U.S. and Iran intensifying for the second week. More from ABC's Louis Martinez.
What we've seen now is essentially a return to daily combat. And it's no longer a situation where Iran waits for the United States to attack. They have been carrying out daylight attacks ahead of any U.S. retaliation. So what we're seeing is a return now to daily hostilities.
President Trump travels to Georgia today to speak at an economic event. The cyclosporiasis outbreak now impacting 41 states. The CDC says there are more than 11,000 cases. Federal testing continues out of an abundance of caution since the source was in 5 states originated in central Mexico. Taylor Farms issuing a
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Multiple areas in Connecticut saw flash flooding due to heavy rain on Tuesday. The intersection of Coe Avenue and Short Beach Road was closed due to flooding in East Haven. In West Haven, Mayor Dorinda Borer said that floodgates were closed at Washington Avenue and Campbell Avenue, and beaches were flooded on Ocean Avenue and Lake Street. First Avenue was also flooded near the Interstate 95 ramps. The Connecticut Post Mall in Milford was back open today after severe flooding caused chaos there Tuesday afternoon. Storm drain backups sent water pouring through the first floor, soaking stores and sparking a scare among shoppers for nearly 3 hours, although the mall stayed open the entire time. Cleanup crews worked through the night after ceiling tiles came down in the Journey store, forcing an evacuation of that location. A mall spokesperson said the cleanup is ongoing, but the property will be running on normal hours today, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., although a handful of stores in the hardest-hit area may need extra time before reopening to customers. The Beardsley Zoo employee continues to recover after experiencing an electrical discharge when lightning struck nearby as they were handling a chain-link fence Tuesday. Zoo officials say the employee is doing well, and the zoo is continuing to follow its established weather safety protocols, calling the safety of staff, guests, and animals its highest priority. Connecticut Democratic voters get their first head-to-head look at the governor's race tonight as Governor Ned Lamont and Hamden State Representative Josh Elliott face off in a live Democratic primary debate.
Look what we've been able to accomplish, and we're just getting started.
I've been talking about the same thing since I started, affordability for working families.
The debate will air at 7 p.m. on WTNH-TV News 8, streaming on their website and the station's free app, with viewers encouraged to join the conversation using the hashtag DebateNightInCT. Chief political anchor Dennis House will moderate, with political correspondent Mike Cerulli as a panelist. The Capitol Report team will break down the debate immediately afterward. It's a key moment for voters ahead of Connecticut's primary election set for Tuesday, August 11th. A group of lawmakers from Yale are encouraging the university to fight back against racial discrimination accusations. University President Maury McInnes says the school is in negotiations to settle a lawsuit filed by the DOJ over discriminatory admissions practices. New Haven Mayor Justin Elliker and Democratic State Representative Matt Blumenthal, who are both Yale alums, are criticizing the negotiations and calling the investigation, quote, baseless. A letter was sent to university leadership calling on the university to fight the charges. It was endorsed by a coalition of at least a half dozen lawmakers who went to Yale. The Easton Police Department is warning residents they may have received a phishing attempt after Town Hall's email system was compromised during a breach. The issue was resolved quickly, but the police department is warning residents not to open any emails or click any links that may have been sent as the result of the breach and say to simply erase the email. They stressed the breach has since been resolved. And Stanley Cup champion Shane Gostisbehere celebrated his day with the trophy in Milford. The Carolina Hurricanes defenseman brought the cup to the Dockside Brewery on Saturday. Gostisbehere was born in Florida, but transferred to South Kent School halfway through high school and signed his first 2 professional hockey contracts at Dockside. It was a natural choice to bring the greatest trophy in sports back to where it all began. Dockside hosted a private party for Gostisbehere, his friends, family, and some teammates, and manager Tom Hanley said it was a surreal moment for everyone who got to spend time with the cup. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound roadwork exits 18 and 17 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross, northbound roadwork exits 52 through exit 58. Stay to the right to get through. And on the southbound side, you have it exit 53 down to exit 50 before the tunnel. On Route 8, you have it on the northbound side. Construction exits 15 and 17. Left lane is blocked on the southbound side. More roadwork exits 14 down to 11. And in Danbury, Kennedy Avenue westbound side is closed between Main Street and Elm Street for construction. Traffic report is powered by the City of Bridgeport. Bridgeport residents, are you concerned about extreme heat or poor air quality? Join the free community conversation Thursday, 5:30 p.m. at Burroughs Community Center. And that's Kraus WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair after midnight, cooler near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow near 80. Friday, sunny and dry near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Admiral Stockdale, your opening statement, please, sir.
Who am I? Why am I here?
I don't know. You think we'll get that tonight?
Not a politician.
No?
Everybody knows that. So don't expect me to use the language of the Washington Insider. 37 years in the Navy, and only one of them up there in Washington.
All right, how about that? Remember, and he got pilloried for that? James Stockdale. That was 1992. You know who was on with the debate stage with him that night? Dan Quayle and Al Gore. Was that no, it wasn't Gore. Was that guy? No. Yes, because Clinton Gore was first run was 92, then 96. Yes. And that was the Bush-Quayle ticket that lost there after Mr. Bush Sr., George H.W., had like a 91 or 92% approval rating coming after the first Gulf War. And remember, you remember this? Bill Clinton was thought to be a sacrificial lamb. Oh, we're going to open him up like a warm peanut, another Southerner from Arkansas. Well, how'd that work out? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Just having a good time with some of my favorite debate clips of all time. I don't think now, again, as far as closely as I follow the Connecticut political scene here, I don't remember, and please refresh me, if there's anybody out there listening up in Hartford, and I know they do. They listen to all the talk radio stations in the state capital, on and off, but they do. In fact, years ago when I was doing shows in Hartford and doing them on the weekends, I would invariably get the Democratic rebuttal email from a gentleman who used to work for the Democrats in Hartford. Well, there you are, another right-winger. And I used to respond to him. I would say stuff like, slow day, you're not raising people's taxes? Oh. Gentleman by the name of Bob Douglas. You may remember Bob. He used to be Connecticut Public Television decades and decades ago. So Bob and I used to go round and round, both on the radio and all. But it was all in good fun. But I seriously don't remember any major snafus taking place in any sort of debate that we had in the state here, especially on the gubernatorial level. Now, I could be completely wrong, and oftentimes I am. Makes for a better show when I'm wrong, and I make a fool of myself, don't you think? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So debate tonight and the primary coming up on the 11th. And I guess, no, did early voting start yet? I don't know. I should know this. Why am I asking you people? Not that I don't love you. But no, I don't think I'm going to early vote. I'm just going to go out there on a beautiful, well, it won't be a fall day, but August 11th. I don't know. I should look at the long-range forecast here. But no. I like to vote on the day of. It gives me enough time in case for some reason I'm going to switch my vote, which I'm not going to, but, anyway. Plus, I only going to be voting, I think, in a couple of legislative primaries here. I think, if that or not. Maybe not. I don't know. I've got to check the roster of what's available here. But will you be watching tonight? That's what I'm wondering here. And again, do you agree with me or not that long-term, Josh Elliott doesn't have to win tonight? All he has to do is, like we say all the time, if you just ask the question and put the question up there, and whether you're a Democrat v. Republican or a Republican v. Democrat, back the other guy or gal into a corner and say, hey, you may not like my idea on this, but what's your idea? What's your idea, Governor, on doing anything new with energy? What's your idea, Governor, on doing anything new with taxes? What's your idea, Governor, on doing anything new with state funding? Now, the thing that helps really Governor Ned Lamont here and the slate of incumbents is financially the state's doing, we're doing solid here. Paying down the debt, the long-term debt, which ends up saving money on interest rates. Same thing they tell you with credit cards. Make 2 payments a month, not 1, and you'll cut down on the interest you pay, which I keep telling myself I have to do, but I'm too damn lazy to do it. So what will be interesting tonight that we might hear from Josh Elliott? I love I really do. And you're going to say, well, the guy's a lefty. Well, no, but listen, the older I get, the more I see that a good idea is a good idea. And I love the fact that Josh Elliott's getting out there and saying, hey, you know what? This whole power thing, maybe the only way to change this is to see what we can do to wrestle control from Eversource or from UI/Avangrid. Of course, then again, there are people in this state that would sit back and say, well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to have a commission. We're going to have a blue ribbon commission. Oh, Governor, why blue ribbon? Because the red ribbons are all being used.
Is your DIY security not giving you the security you need for the next level of security? Call Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting. PPC can use your existing system or install a new system. Floodlights, cameras, and security devices working in concert. All from one simple app for smart home and business security tailored to your needs and lifestyle. Get a complimentary assessment. Go to ppcalarms.com. Book your complimentary assessment. ppcalarms.com. They get 5-star reviews for a reason.
Trying to keep up with today's fast-changing digital landscape? With more ways to consume content than ever before, it is getting harder to reach your customers. You need more than just a presence. You need the experts at Conrex Digital. We craft websites that convert. We curate engaging content on social and block channels. We generate quality leads through Google and Meta. We dominate your competition on streaming TV. Bold marketing, real results. Conrex Digital makes it happen. Visit conrexdigital.com. That's conrexdigital.com.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250. Say Mike Rowe and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250. Say Mike Rowe and let the savings begin.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound roadwork exits 18 and 17 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross, northbound roadwork exits 52 through exit 58. Stay to the right to get through. And on the southbound side, you have it exit 53 down to exit 50 before the tunnel. On Route 8, you have it on the northbound side. Construction exits 15 and 17. Left lane is blocked on the southbound side. More roadwork exits 14 down to 11. And in Danbury, Kennedy Avenue westbound side is closed between Main Street and Elm Street for construction. Traffic report is powered by the City of Bridgeport. Bridgeport residents, are you concerned about extreme heat or poor air quality? Join the free community conversation Thursday, 5:30 p.m. at Burroughs Community Center. And that's Kraus WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Clearing later this evening and overnight near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny with a high again near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorak on WICC.
If it's Bridgeport, the Valley, or Fairfield County and affects your world, Paul is talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Talk or text, same number, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. What have I been saying over and over and over and over and over and over and over? Stop. What have I been saying over and over and over again? Seriously, in all dead seriousness here. My friends on the progressive side of the aisle, I love you. We need a good, strong, vibrant Democratic Party. When the Dems are normal, the Republicans are normal. When the Republicans are normal, the Dems are normal. When the Dems are whacked, the Republicans can get whacked. When the Republicans are whacked, the Democrats can get whacked. It's the pendulum of balance here in politics, right? And what have I been saying to you folks on the progressive side of the aisle? Stop your obsessiveness with Donald Trump, please. Start talking about policy. Stop jumping up and down. Oh, my God, Donald Trump farted. Well, he's allowed to, you know. Oh, look how slowly he's walking up and down the steps of Air Force One. Well, yeah, the guy's 80 years old and he's a big guy. And this fascination with showing his hands, the subdural hemorrhaging he has because he takes so much aspirin. Like millions of people don't have that? And this is what I mean. There was, and I put this, for those of you who are friends of mine on Facebook friends, my page is private. I don't need the nut jobs parachuting into my page and putting stuff up without my imprimatur here. Joe Scarborough tells Democrats to stop whining and get together ahead of the midterms. He's right. He's right. But yet in the same general vicinity of him saying that, what do we have here? Republican Senate member blocks a Chuck Schumer request to stop Trump from using taxpayer money to max out the new Air Force One. Who cares? You know, one thing Donald Trump has done is he has, you know what? Whether you like the guy or not, and the reason I bring this stuff up, because to me it just fascinates me. You know who Donald Trump is right now? Oh, he's the fascist. He's Hitler. No, I'm not teeing you up for that one. You know who Donald Trump is? He's the cat owner. What do you mean, Paul? You mean grab him by the... No. Get your minds out of the gutter. He's the cat owner. And he's the cat owner that's got the little red or green laser pointer. You know, the one that you flick on the ground in front of your cat? What does your cat do? Your cat loves that. Anything that you do with that laser pointer, whether it's on the ground, on the rug, or on the hardwood floor, or running it up the walls, the cat goes nuts because that's how the cat burns off his anger and energy and his forensically buried hunting nighttime crazies. But my God, now they're going to carp and bitch and moan about the other Air Force One. Oh, it's secure enough. It's not secure enough. He never should have done this. Who cares? Now, for anybody that's on the plane, you want it to be safe. I get it. If the president's on there, his family, other dignitaries. Now they went back to the old Air Force One because the one they got from Qatar, or Qatar, or Gutter, or however the pronunciation of the day is, seems to change by the hour. It wasn't retrofitted with all the, gadgets and anti-this and anti-missile that. So now, they don't want to use taxpayer money to fix it. Who cares? Between this, the White House ballroom, the reflecting pool, do you understand that he's got so many of you not talking policy? Instead, talking about, get rid of ICE, reform ICE, and you wonder why that Washington Post poll now has the generic congressional ballot down to 2.5% or 3% when it was 5 or 6 a few weeks ago? Because, geez, I don't know. People are maybe, whether you love Trump or not, people may be looking at the other side going, wait a minute, that person won the, wait a minute, what? What is this democratic socialist thing here? You see what I'm saying here, folks? Scarborough's right. James Carville is right. Van Jones is right. It's about refocusing, staying on message. It's like a football coach who says, listen, I don't care what they do on us defensively, we're going to run the football. The way we win games is our ground game. We're not going to pass more. We're not going to put trick plays in. Ground and pound, pound the rock, smash mouth football. And a lot of teams that can do that end up winning. But, man, I had to jump in here with this. This is just hysterical. Well, he probably shouldn't have taken that plane from Qatar. All right, maybe he shouldn't have. You know what? Nobody cares. You know what they would care about if somebody walked into the office the next morning and said, "Hey, you know what I read the other day? What's that, Joe? I was watching Meet the Press or This Week or Fox News Sunday or whatever the Sunday shows are, and Newsmax has one now, and CNN State of the Union. Wouldn't it be great if you're not a Trump fan and you detest the guy, you want him to go away, and you're a stone hardcore Democrat from anybody in Bridgeport, Fairfield County, New Haven County, up through Hartford and into the national and world sphere. Not World's Fair, World's Sphere. Wouldn't it be amazing if you could walk in just one day and say, hey, you know what? I saw Chris Murphy on a Sunday show. Oh, yeah, what did he say? He actually put forth a new immigration plan. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good. But we don't hear that, though, because Chris Murphy and Dick Blumenthal and everybody else, God help their souls, are sitting there saying, well, Trump's a grifter. And he's profiting with the presidency. Maybe he is. Is that anything new that we haven't heard since 2015? And now the Democratic Party is actually wasting valuable breath. Bitching and moaning now about, Air Force 1B or whatever they're calling that Qatari 747 that they handed over to him. Were they trying to pay Trump off? I don't know. Maybe they were. But you know what? Here's the bottom line. Nobody cares, or not enough people care to make it worth anything. They care about immigration. They care about prices. They care about voting. Yeah, they do. They do care about ID at the polls and everything. That's why well over 70% of all Americans, Hispanic Americans, and African American Americans, Black Americans say, yeah, photo ID. And now yesterday we hear, and by the way, when I read that story out of Jersey yesterday that the governor, Mikey Sherrill, tried to get out in front of, saying, there were 6,000 illegals or non-citizens who voted, who registered to vote, and a few hundred of them voted. No, now yesterday they said it was closer to 7,000. Well, there you go. That's the kind of SH that people care about. They don't. The vast majority of people couldn't care less about, retrofitting or taxpayers paying for Air Force One or the alternate Air Force One to get it up to speed with all the defensive tricks and gadgets in there. Wouldn't you want that? But instead, we're going to hear Chris Murphy on his book tour again, and maybe he's got some valid points in that book, sure. But I got to tell you, Scarborough's right, Carville is right. We're almost at the midterms here, and that lead that the Democrats had, that everybody was crowing about, including Rosa DeLauro and Johanna Hayes and Jim Himes and Joe Courtney and John Larson, that lead is starting to shrink. Because a lot of Americans admit they don't like Trump or they think he's crazy. But again, if you give the American people crazy, which is Trump, v. broken, which is what used to be the great Democratic Party, guess what they're going to pick?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound roadwork exits 18 and 17 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross, northbound roadwork exits 52 through exit 58. Stay to the right to get through. And on the southbound side, you have it exit 53 down to exit 50 before the tunnel. On Route 8, you have it on the northbound side. Construction exits 15 and 17. Left lane is blocked on the southbound side. More roadwork exits 14 down to 11. And in Danbury, Kennedy Avenue westbound side is closed between Main Street and Elm Street for construction. Traffic report is powered by the City of Bridgeport. Bridgeport residents, are you concerned about extreme heat or poor air quality? Join the free community conversation Thursday, 5:30 p.m. at Burroughs Community Center. And that's Kraus WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair after midnight, cooler near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow near 80. Friday, sunny and dry near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We are in the midst of hurricane season here in Connecticut, and let me be real, it's not over until the beginning of November. We've already seen our fair share of storms, including what happened on July 4th. It's time to get that free tree risk assessment I tell you about all the time from my friends at K&J Tree Service. We had the free tree risk assessment done last year, and it gave us such peace of mind going into the winter, the spring, and now hurricane season. And what's cool about K&J Tree Service is they only have certified arborists come out to check your property.
We only send licensed arborists to the property to do those health assessments. And certainly there's so many things that we can do aside from just take a tree down.
You can call Ricky and his team at K&J Tree Service by calling 203-248-TREE or just go to kjtreeservice.com to book that free tree risk assessment. No obligation to do the work, but definitely gives you peace of mind and a better understanding of how healthy your trees are or are not on your property and how likely they are to come down the next time a storm rolls through. Check out kjtreeservice.com to book that free tree risk assessment.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Somebody texted me here, hey, Paul, you are absolutely correct with the laser pointer and the cats. However, it's got to be a red-colored blazer. They don't like the green ones, and they really don't care for the blue either. Maybe they can't see those colors as well, or maybe it hurts their eyes. Could be, but my kids have tried both. Much more success with the red laser pointer. Using it like a mirror and using the sunlight coming through a window and bouncing that little ball around that we got as kids when we didn't have lasers. Yeah, but was that little Super Ball? Was that, or was the rubber ball that used to be on the paddle? But he likes my analogy. And Bill Maher is right, too. He points out that he/she who's ever texting this. Thank you. Yeah. Donald Trump is President Laser Pointer. And our good friends on the Democratic side of the aisle are all hepped up cats.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In Delaware, President Trump and top military leaders gathered for the dignified transfer at Dover Air Base for the 4 U.S. service members killed in the Middle East last week. The flag-draped caskets transferred from a military plane to specialized vans. ABC's Louis Martinez has more on the solemn ceremony.
The closing of the 2 doors of those 2 transfer vehicles, all done simultaneously, a lot of synchronicity taking place there by the 2 airmen who were closing it, again symbolizing the dignity with which these remains of fallen service members are treated.
The three of the service members have been identified. One has not yet been positively ID'd. The Trump administration striking a nuclear deal with Saudi Arabia. ABC's Patrick Reevell has more.
The deal is likely worth billions of dollars for American companies, and it also shuts out Russia and China. But it's also highly controversial because there are fears that it could ultimately pave the way to Saudi Arabia getting a nuclear weapon and then potentially an arms race in the Middle East. Most controversially, the deal potentially opens the door to allowing Saudi Arabia to enrich uranium on its territory.
September 11th Family Organization calls the deal, quote, highly offensive. In Mississippi, the family of Nolan Wells released findings from an independent autopsy. The teen died following a boat trip with friends July 4th weekend to Horn Island. Authorities say their initial investigation suggested he drowned. Wells' family attorney, Benjamin Crump, says the cause of death remains undetermined.
Attorney Crump releasing these autopsy results and also pointing out the fact that there are missing organs here does put a significant amount of pressure on Mississippi. Certainly, there's been a lot of attention, a growing national attention on this particular case and the transparency around it. Again, that is what the family is asking for, transparency in this investigation.
ABC's Alex Brachet, you're listening to ABC News.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
At a rare on-the-record briefing for reporters in Washington, D.C., the head of the U.S. Secret Service says threats against high-profile people they're tasked to protect are, quote, off the charts.
A bald eagle named Jackie. The Secret Service says it's handled 10,000 cases involving threats against protectees this year. That's up 40% from last year. Director Sean Curran.
The threat, picture and environment is as large as I've ever seen it.
Officials say many of the cases involve Americans with mental health issues and that committals at the agency's request are up tenfold. But Deputy Secret Service Director Matt Quinn says the threats are also overseas.
Iran has publicly said they want to kill President Trump.
Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
In Northern California, a beloved bald eagle in Big Bear, watched worldwide on a camera feed, has suffered a critical injury.
A bald eagle named Jackie became an online sensation, along with her partner Shadow, as a live webcam has for years caught their nest activities, laying eggs and raising their baby bald eagles. But Jackie disappeared from the nest recently, leaving Shadow with their newest babies. She was found struggling in some water. Experts say she had been in a fight with other eagles. Jackie is at a rescue center now where her condition is said to be critical. The center says she has anemia and inflammation impacting her kidneys. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
On Wall Street this hour, stocks are mixed. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as big wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Multiple areas in Connecticut saw flash flooding due to heavy rain on Tuesday. The intersection of Coe Avenue and Short Beach Road was closed due to flooding in East Haven. In West Haven, Mayor Dorinda Borer said that floodgates were closed at Washington Avenue and Campbell Avenue, and beaches were flooded on Ocean Avenue and Lake Street. First Avenue was also flooded near the Interstate 95 ramps. The Connecticut Post Mall in Milford was back open today after severe flooding caused chaos there Tuesday afternoon. Storm drain backups sent water pouring through the first floor, soaking stores and sparking a scare among shoppers for nearly 3 hours, although the mall stayed open the entire time. Cleanup crews worked through the night after ceiling tiles came down in the Journey store, forcing an evacuation of that location. A mall spokesperson said the cleanup is ongoing, but the property will be running on normal hours today from 11 a.m. through to 8 p.m., although a handful of stores in the hardest hit area may need extra time before reopening to customers. And the Beardsley Zoo employee continues to recover after experiencing an electrical discharge when lightning struck nearby as they were handling a chain link fence Tuesday. Zoo officials say the employee is doing well, and the zoo is continuing to follow its established weather safety protocols, calling the safety of staff, guests, and animals its highest priority. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound accident reported between exit 27 and exit 28 as things backed up into no man's land. On 95, northbound side a solid hour from Stamford going through Fairfield, a few breaks along the way through. On Route 8, north and southbound, heavy residual delays through Ansonia and Derby and Shelton from earlier road work. On the Wilbur Cross, northbound, more residual delays through Hampton going up into North Haven from earlier construction that has been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Clearing later this evening and overnight near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny with a high again near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorak on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Hey, I got this later for you, too. The New York Post has published a bipartisan, shall we say, list of the biggest stock traders in D.C. Kind of interesting here. That's another thing. You people in Congress, now I don't care what party you are, pass a bill that says for the time you're in Congress, you can't buy, sell, and trade stocks. You can't. Or at least put some sort of safeguards in it. Because my guess is if you tried to completely do that, unless you did it as some presidents do with a blind trust or anything. But you see, there's something else that if I was the Democratic Party, I'd be bitching about from the heavens. And I would stop with the Epstein files. Give it a break for now. People have made their minds up on the Epstein files. They have. If the Epstein file is a net negative for the Republicans or it's a net positive for Democrats or whatever, they've made their minds up. Just the way January 6th, too, was as bad as that was, as asinine and idiotic as that was by some of those protesters. You gotta strike some new. You gotta strike. What's that phrase? Strike while the iron is hot. back in the blacksmithing days, in the smithy days. But the notion here, and Scarborough is right, and Carville is right, the notion here that everything is Trump. People have made their minds up about Donald Trump. If you want to kick some tail in the midterms, then start talking about policy. And tell some people in your party to shut up about Israel and to shut up about, gay queers for Palestine. That's my favorite. Be a queer and go over in Palestine. Let me how does that working out? But, man, I'm telling you, the hatred for Trump, and you can hate him all you want, but as far as a campaign thing, this is like political crack with these people. The crack pipe is always hot. They don't switch off to maybe booze, but they'll use that Trump crack. Oh, my God. Tim in Hamden's here. Tim, how are you?
So let's let elected officials and everybody else say that, okay, no Bitcoin for a while, okay?
Yeah.
We're just all going to,
I'm all right with that,
back,
yeah.
And you don't need to put your face on everything, on Bitcoin, on savings account. This is my Trump account. You don't need Obama phones, okay? As stupid as that sounds and stuff, you don't need Obama phones or anything else along those lines. I'm all for that. So I'm just listening to the news. Why do the Saudi Arabians need nuclear power?
Probably to screw with Iran. He's doing this to obviously tell Iran, say, all right, F you. Now the people on your border have nukes. How do you like it? I think it's brilliant.
And which son-in-law is over there?
Yeah.
Nice little paycheck.
Yeah.
From the Trump administration.
But
you've got a country that's like 90% bare desert, okay?
But Tim, I love you, but how does this help the Democratic Party when they're trying, or not even the Democrats, anybody who is anti-Trump, like millions of people are, how this is still the cat with the laser pointer when they should be saying, all right, what are the positive things we can say we're going to do if you hand us back Congress? You don't hear.
Oh, yeah. I confronted a former prisoner of the state penal colony running for Congress, and I asked him.
Oh, that guy,
penal colony. I asked him what he was going to do about health insurance.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. Like, all of these things, out there just, okay, great. You were served an injustice.
I know.
Give me my 15 minutes of fame. And they get off the stage. I don't know who's going to be voting, except for the gubernatorial thing. And a lot of us are not Democrats, and a lot of us are not Republicans.
I know.
So I don't know who all the Republicans are going to show up a registered Republican. What are you going to be voting for statewide? Are there primaries over the constitutional office?
There's a couple. I think there's maybe one or two. I believe. I could be wrong.
Maybe some of the state senators. Look, you want to be a communist, you want to be a Republican, you want to have all that stuff.
Yeah.
Go do your own convention, okay?
Yeah,
Otherwise, throw it all open. Let anybody walk right in there and say, I'm voting for, Fazio or this guy or that guy.
And Tim Fazio, not Susio, but it was close. Thanks. They're both Italians there. But Tim, you're right. And one thing that has always been bandied about by the politicos in this state is whether or not we need would open primaries actually help the Republican Party? Because you could argue that the whole thing with Leora Levy from a few years back, she ended up besting Themis Claridis because of the tie-in with Trump, when anybody with a brain, and this is no personal attack on Mrs. Levy at all, anybody with a brain knew that Themis Claridis would have been the better candidate in that race. And maybe throwing open these primaries to be, in fact, open primaries is a better way to get more people involved and maybe in the long run, or maybe in the not so long run, help the Republican Party.
You wanted a new and improved way to experience voiceofct.com, and now you have it. We've totally revamped our website, and it looks better on your smartphone than ever before. Voiceofct.com. You can still stream all of your favorite WICC local talk shows, listen to podcasts, find out about local events, sign up for our email newsletter, and it's easier to use than ever. It's the best way to stay informed in Fairfield County. Just bookmark us. Voiceofct.com.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
Hi, I'm Lori Molnar, Director of Development at the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. Did you know thousands of men, women, and children in Connecticut lack access to health care? Through Sage Healthcare at the Bridgeport Rescue Mission, we're providing free, compassionate care without barriers, and it's only possible because of your support. Please join us on July 30th at Penfield Pavilion in Fairfield for our Rescuing Lives 2026 event. Enjoy great food, dancing, and live music by North County Band. Visit bridgeportrescuemission.org. Come have fun for an amazing cause.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Here's a pickle. You're running a quick errand when another driver runs a red light and crashes right into you. Now you're facing medical bills, missed work, and pressure from insurance companies. You shouldn't have to deal with that alone.
Hi, I'm Alan Pickell of the Pickell Law Firm. Since 1990, we've been helping Connecticut clients recover compensation after devastating injuries.
If you're in a pickle, call Pickell at 475-4PICKELL because results matter. PickellLaw.com.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
WICC contests are open to Connecticut residents only that are 18 years of age or older. For complete contest rules, visit voiceofct.com and click on contest rules at the bottom of the page.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound accident reported between exit 27 and exit 28 as things backed up into no man's land. On 95, northbound side, a solid hour from Stamford going through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. On Route 8, north and southbound, heavy residual delays through Ansonia and Derby and Shelton from earlier road work. On the Wilbur Cross, northbound, more residual delays through Hampden going up into North Haven from earlier construction that has been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Say on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair after midnight, cooler near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow near 80. Friday, sunny and dry near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
News and talk for Fairfield County since 1926. 100 years of WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Talking about political voices here. And by the way, coming up next hour, our monthly check-in with our buddy, our pal, Chris Powell, chrispowellcolumn.com. You can check that out. And, of course, it's a midweek Wednesday. Dan Harhurst, Connecticut Media, and you and I just chewing the fat here, going back and forth at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Are you gathering around the screen tonight, the telly? Will you be watching Governor Ned Lamont and Josh Elliott go at it? And again, understand what I'm saying here. Look, Lamont's probably going to win the primary and probably, although I think it may be closer in the end than people think, I think he probably ends up being elected governor again and serving an unprecedented third term. But listen, even if he gets beat tonight in the eyes of some of the pundits here, the punditry of the state, Josh Elliott can do well for himself. The thing he's got to do tonight is not go uber left. Now, I wonder if the governor is going to keep in his back pocket the fact that Josh Elliott said back in 2020, I think after the George Floyd thing, to defund the police or break up the police, and that was spotted and publicized by our buddy, our pal, Kevin Rennie at the Hartford Courant a few days ago. So is that now in the back pockets of people like Ryan Fazio and people like Ned Lamont to, lay the hammer on Josh Elliott? This is why you just even if you, number one, defund the police and get rid of ICE are two of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. Who actually thinks you can defund the police, get rid of the police? There's some DSA nutball in New York, some chick walking around saying, get rid of prisons. I mean, and that's a problem the Democrats have. Listen, you can say stuff about the Republicans now. You could say, well, it's not the Republican Party, it's the MAGA Party. All right, maybe it is, but at least they're consistent. If you think they're right-wing nuts, at least they're consistent. But, man, look at the Democratic Party. And listen, I think that's good for the party. They should brawl it out just the way the Republicans did. But you've got a recovering stroke patient there in John Fetterman, sweat shorts and hoodie and all, walking around Congress, and he's making about the most sense of anybody in that party. I mean, geez. And I know it's an intra-party brawl. I get it. I understand it. But, man, oh, man. But it's entertaining. And listen, they should have that. It's all good. So what you're going to see tonight in that debate is probably something on a smaller level. I don't think either Josh Elliott or Ned Lamont is going to start, advocating that we get rid of ICE. Although with Josh Elliott, I don't know. And by the way, ICE has always been around. It was just called INS beforehand, the Immigration and Naturalization Service. Our buddy Gene in Stratford. Gene, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good, Paul. Good afternoon. Just drying out after yesterday.
Now, were you on a job site when all that rain rolled in?
We are. We're actually replacing a big sewer line in Norwalk, but we watched the weather. We buttoned it up and got out of there just before the lightning started flying. Got to watch that. That could be a dangerous. I mean, a worker at Beardsley Park was, zoo was just handling chain link fence and got a problem with the lightning strike. But I call it the perfect time because that thing about the police, that just really. So just close your eyes and imagine we got rid of the police department. We laid off everybody, parked the cars. So they're going to have social workers. So there's an active shooter. Guy with an iPad comes out and says, "Please, now, let's talk this out. Let's put the gun down and we can work this out." And or a bank robbery or a carjacking or that horrible situation in Meriden the other day where a guy was beating to death somebody with a baseball bat. Regretfully, the officer had to discharge his weapon. But what would you do in a situation like that? Probably take a bat strike over your head with your iPad from that guy. So I don't know. That's the only thing that was more preposterous I ever heard in my life was when AOC wanted to get rid of all cars, the new Green Deal. We get Fred Flintstone type vehicles and we have no gas engine cars. I don't know. I don't know where the logic is going in the United States, but have a good day, Paul.
All right, Gino. Thanks. Appreciate it there. Gene in Stratford, one of our great men and women who wear the hard hats and the reflective vests out there, and one great local construction worker, and a drummer, too. Pocket full of soul is the man. Don't worry, I don't get a kickback. This is not some sort of grand setup that Gene and I have. You know, you mention that guy's band every time he calls in. Yeah, you know why? Because I want to. How about that, toots? And to Gene's point, and the stuff I've said, you know, there are political scientists who would say, well, you know, they only say this stuff to rile up the base, just the way Trump says stuff to get fake news, throw the reporters in jail and stuff. Now, I wish both sides would knock it off because, yeah, it revs up your base and it may be good for your fundraising, but in the long run, it's not good. It's political junk food. Yeah, you can survive on potato chips and peanuts and popcorn and pretzels and pork rinds, my favorite peas. But in the end, if that's all you eat, if that's all you subsist on politically or health-wise, it's going to kill you. It's going to end up eventually being deleterious to either your political health or your bodily health, and it's going to kill you. And you may not feel the drip, drip, drip as it comes across, but it may end up actually killing you politically and physically as well. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So again, the big debate tonight, Ned Lamont and Josh Elliott. And we shall see. And again, if I'm Josh Elliott, I don't go nuts. I know the message he's going to drive home. And you've seen it already in his TV spots. Ned Lamont is a rich guy. He lives among rich people. He's out of touch. And he will not make the tax code more progressive and more helpful for everyday people in Connecticut who just can't afford life's necessities in this environment.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound accident reported between exit 27 and exit 28 as things backed up into no man's land. On 95, northbound side a solid hour from Stamford going through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. On Route 8, north and southbound, heavy residual delays through Ansonia and Derby and Shelton from earlier road work. On the Wilbur Cross, northbound, more residual delays through Hampton going up into North Haven from earlier construction that has been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Clearing later this evening and overnight near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny with a high again near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If you're looking for a great price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires. But it doesn't end there, because Town Fair Tire gives you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. More free services than any other tire dealer. That's why we say nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
At Stanford Health, expert care begins with a conversation where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU, and mental health means community health, where collaborations with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex, we're here for you at Stanford Health.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes. and rebuild lives.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Where Southern Connecticut comes for the real story. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, I haven't checked. Is the Ned Lamont Josh Elliott debate? Can you bet that on Kalshi tonight? Is it on Polymarket? See, this is another thing why I'm an ideas guy. What was I saying like 3 years ago? If we're going to have legal gambling in the state, why the hell can't we do politics? Ned Lamont plus 5,000 votes. Can't we do that? Why not? You people are just no fun.
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. A New York federal judge set the drug trafficking trial for Venezuela's ousted leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife for June of next year. ABC's Peter Haralambou says Maduro's attorneys are now trying to claim immunity.
The argument here is that he's protected by sovereign immunity as a head of state, that U.S. courts don't have the jurisdiction to try him on criminal offenses. And they've previewed this argument. They're also going to contest the military capture that led to his extradition. And we will see that motion probably sometime in September with oral argument in November. And we'll see how that argument fares. Noriega tried to make the same argument when he was put on trial in the United States. It was rejected because the United States didn't officially recognize him as the head of Panama.
Tropical storm Bertha made landfall this afternoon in St. Bernard Parish, Louisiana. That storm weakening, but expected to rake the coastline as it moves west towards Texas with rainfall. And severe storms could also trigger flooding in parts of North Carolina and Virginia today. This is ABC News.
WICC 600 and 95.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Connecticut Democratic voters get their first head-to-head look at the governor's race tonight as Governor Ned Lamont and Hamden State Representative Josh Elliott face off in a live Democratic primary debate.
Look what we've been able to accomplish, and we're just getting started.
I've been talking about the same thing since I started, affordability for working families.
It airs at 7 p.m. on WTNH TV News 8, streaming on their website and the station's free app, with viewers encouraged to join the conversation using the hashtag DebateNight in CT. Chief political anchor Dennis House will moderate, with political correspondent Mike Cerulli as a panelist. The Capitol Report team will break down the debate immediately afterward. It's a key moment for voters ahead of Connecticut's primary election set for Tuesday, August 11th. The state unemployment rate in Connecticut stands at 5.2%. That number is a full percentage point higher than the national rate. The new data released in the Department of Labor's mid-year jobs report indicates the state's unemployment rate rose for the sixth month in a row. Officials are optimistic that the total number of non-farm jobs set a new record of more than 1.7 million. The data also shows that manufacturing and construction jobs showed promising growth. Body camera footage shows an officer fired nearly 20 shots at a man beating his father with a bat. The officer was identified as Anthony Offiali of the Meriden Police Department. The footage was released on Tuesday and shows 38-year-old Robert Lee Jenkins III striking a motionless 69-year-old Robert Jenkins Jr. with a bat. After multiple commands by Offiali telling the suspect to drop the bat, he opened fire with nearly 24 rounds before the suspect fell backwards. An investigation into the incident is ongoing and being handled by the state police. A group of lawmakers from Yale are encouraging the university to fight back against racial discrimination accusations. University President Maury McInnes says the school is in negotiations to settle a lawsuit filed by the Department of Justice over discriminatory admissions practices. New Haven Mayor Justin Elicker and Democratic State Representative Matt Blumenthal, who are both Yale alums, are criticizing the negotiations and calling the investigation, quote, baseless. A letter was sent to university leadership calling on the university to fight the charges. It was endorsed by a coalition of at least a half dozen lawmakers who went to Yale. A teacher and a police officer are facing charges for a disturbance at a Hartford Yardgoats game. Milford teacher John J. Hatfield is facing disorderly conduct and trespassing charges for allegedly making sexually inappropriate comments to juveniles. Orange Police Sergeant Frank Kocius is facing charges of disorderly conduct and interfering with an arrest over claims he pushed a police officer. The incident occurred on July 11th. Yardgoats staff reports they asked the two men to leave the premises, but they resisted. Neither have entered a plea. A Bridgeport police captain is under investigation for allegedly using a gay slur in front of several fellow officers. Michael Salem III, the president of Bridgeport's police union, confirmed that Captain Kevin Gilleran is under investigation, but added he couldn't add anything more to his comment. Gilleran is one of 3 captains in the department, and he is being accused by Captain Lonnie Blackwell of using a profanity followed by a derogatory homophobic slur directed towards Captain John Cummings. Blackwell emailed his complaint on July 14th to City Attorney Taisha Toms, saying Gilleran used the term on July 12th during a tense exchange with Assistant Chief Frank Capozzi after Cummings made a joke at Gilleran's expense. Mayor Joe Ganem's chief administrative officer, Tom Gaudet, said that Captain Gilleran is a good man who's had a great career with the Bridgeport Police Department, but if he did use that term, appropriate punishment should be given. And the Easton Police Department is warning residents they may have received a phishing attempt after Town Hall's email system was compromised during a breach. The issue was resolved quickly, but the police department is warning residents not to open any emails or click any links that may have been sent as the result of the breach and say to simply erase the email. They stressed the breach has since been resolved. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound, plan on over an hour from Stamford going through Trumbull and Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way. Now Upper Merritt southbound, you're jamming over the Sikorsky Bridge going down to Route 8. 95 through New Haven, you're crawling through Long Wharf and bunched up northbound through West Haven. Traffic report is powered by the City of Bridgeport. Bridgeport residents, are you concerned about extreme heat and poor air quality? Join the free community conversation Thursday, 5:30 p.m. at Burroughs Community Center. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair after midnight, cooler near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow near 80. Friday, sunny and dry near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Paul Piselli here with you over there, and Chris Williams on the other side of the glass. Again, Paul Piorek on the weather, Andrew Krause on traffic, the whole afternoon crew getting you to where you want to go every Monday through Friday from 2 to 6 right here. You know where, WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and, of course, online, voiceofct.com. So we have the big debate tonight, then Lamont v. Josh Elliott. And how about this? This story here in the Hartford Business Journal. Now, again, let's explain this so we get out in front of it and people aren't blindsided by this whole thing. Eversource, everybody's favorite company here. And again, I'm very careful not to bash companies, even though there are, people who may not like certain companies that, supply products and or services because of the perception that there's very little, if any, or no types of of competition here, and I know it gets up in people's grill, as the young folks say. So I'm just going to present this here, and we'll talk about it because I know a lot of people don't like this. They say these new smart meters are big government, and this was floated a couple of years ago. I remember talking about this. EverSource, according to the Hartford Business Journal, Andrew Larson's story that was posted today, the 22nd, EverSource wants an approval for $1.25 billion to roll out what are called smart meters. Have you heard about these things? This is the next generation up from just a regular old electric meter. EverSource wants state regulators to approve a plan, 6 years, $1.25 billion. So that's $1.25 billion to replace electric meters at nearly every home and business in the state and their service territory with smart meters. Now, this has been on the back burner for years, so this is nothing new. I just want to make sure you understand this. This is nothing new. This is the next generation of electric meter. We'll tell you what they can do in a second here. But again, EverSource is saying, okay, we need to upgrade here, but how is this going to get paid for? EverSource filed the application with Pura yesterday, Tuesday. So what they want to do is deploy about 1,300,000 advanced meters between 2029. So they wouldn't start it yet. It would take 3 years to get it going. So between 2029 and 2032, following 2 years of system prep. So Pura wants a ruling on this, or actually EverSource wants a ruling from Pura on this by mid-November. Now, you may say, well, Paul, what's up with these meters? I don't. Isn't an electric meter an electric meter? Well, maybe yes, maybe no. Traditional meters record a customer's monthly electricity use, but smart meters communicate usage data all throughout the day. Now, I know what you're saying. Oh, my God, this is like those damn flock cameras. Yeah, they're spying us. Well, here's what they're doing. Those smart meters communicate usage throughout the day. They say they allow the utilities to detect outages more quickly. They improve billing accuracy, and they eventually support time-varied electric rates, which is interesting. So these meters allow the company to charge you maybe a different rate if you're using what... Do they even use this phrase anymore, off-peak hours? Remember that? I don't know. Is that still used? I could be wrong. Now, you may say, well, I don't like this. This is big government. Well, did you know? And again, this is perfect. You know what? Let me go to the break here, because when we come back, I'm going to explain to you why this is another example of how Connecticut, which supposedly is run by some pretty brilliant people, is lagging behind the U.S. again in something else.
Summer is here, and it's the perfect time to visit Milford and tour Forest Hills Milford. Step inside spacious brand new apartments designed for the way you want to live. No yard work, no maintenance, no hassle. Giving you the freedom and time to do more of what you love. Forest Hills Milford, a modern 55 and over community that brings ease and comfort to everyday living. Schedule a tour today at foresthillsmilford.com and hear more about our current summer promotions. We're looking forward to meeting you.
There's always a great lineup of shows coming to Ridgefield Playhouse. September 23rd, one of the greatest selling artists of all time, Kenny G. September 29th, it's UB40, the Unstoppable Tour. And Friday, October 18th, it's the Blind Boys of Alabama, Songs in the Key of Life. Kenny G, UB40, and the Blind Boys of Alabama. 3 great shows, 1 great venue. Tickets at ridgefieldplayhouse.org.
As we celebrate 250 years of freedom, freedom to govern ourselves, freedom to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, let me ask you a question. What does financial freedom look like today, and do you have it? Because it looks like insulation from inflation. It looks like a hedge against global instability and global divestment from the US dollar. It looks a lot like owning physical gold. It's Stephen Gardner for Monetary Gold, who have been helping Americans diversify with gold for the past 26 years. Did you know you can own physical gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account? Learn how with a free copy of Gold in Modern America from Monetary Gold. Claim it at StephenLovesGold.com. Find freedom with gold. Visit StephenLovesGold.com or call 800-608-1770 for a one-on-one consultation. Claim your free guide at StephenLovesGold.com or call 800-608-1770. Performance may vary. Consult your tax and financial professional.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound, plan on over an hour from Stamford going through Trumbull and Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way. Now Upper Merritt southbound, you're jamming over the Sikorsky Bridge going down to Route 8. 95 through New Haven, you're crawling through Long Wharf and bunched up northbound through West Haven. Traffic report is powered by the City of Bridgeport. Bridgeport residents, are you concerned about extreme heat and poor air quality? Join the free community conversation Thursday, 5:30 p.m. at Burroughs Community Center. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Clearing later this evening and overnight near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny with a high again near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorak on WICC.
Always live, always local, and always with something on his mind. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, yowza, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. By the way, what do you think about this? I mean, I know what you think, but what do you think? Smart meters here. Pura is going to be asked to rule on an Eversource request, and I guess they're going to recoup this through ratepayers. Eversource wants to roll out these smart meters. They're the next generation of electric meters. Not like the old meter with the spinning dial on the meter. We've all seen those. So they want to roll out at a cost of $1.25 billion. That's $1.25 billion, $1.25 billion. They want to roll that out over a stretch between 2029 and 2032, following 2 years of system prep. So I guess the system prep would begin next year in 2027. 72% of U.S. electric meters were smart meters as of 4 years ago, and we're behind it again. Connecticut has folks, this is what I mean. Connecticut has lagged well behind most states. Although UI has already deployed smart meters across most of its territory. So kudos to Avangrid, kudos to UI. Connecticut has promoted smart metering for years, but Eversource's rollout has been stalled over cost recovery. Pura established a framework for advanced metering, says the Hartford Business Journal, but declined to approve the dedicated cost recovery mechanism Eversource sought, prompting the company to argue the ruling didn't provide a workable plan to recover its investment. Yada, yada, yada. Here we go again with Pura and Eversource. And look, I'm not taking a side here. I'm not saying I'm on Pura's side. I'm not saying I'm on the consumer side. I'm not saying it's a mix, a mishmash of everything. But you wonder. And Eversource operates in a bunch of states. And I say this with all the love in my heart about my wonderful state of Connecticut, but are the other states as much of a pain in the ass as Connecticut is? every stinking year, every time EverSource wants to do something. And again, I am not a paid flack for EverSource, and seriously, I'm not. But after a while, I mean, just this paragraph. 72% of the U.S. were on smart meters or was on smart meters 4 years ago. What are we waiting for? Well, I was explain what we're waiting for. The company's consultant, West Monroe, now this is the company's mouth, said the project would generate more total benefits over 20 years. But after accounting for the time value of money, the analysis estimated 77 cents in measurable benefits for every dollar investing in. Even if Pura approves the deployment plan this fall, EverSource, it says, it won't move forward with the accelerated rollout unless regulators ultimately approve a cost recovery framework that the company considers adequate and pending its pending race case. Oh my God, your ears hurt. Your ears hurt. Your eyes hurt. The hair on your head hurts. Trying to figure this all out. Why is, and I'm saying this, partly, I'm saying this in part, rhetorically, in part seriously. What is the problem? Well, Paul, EverSource and CL&P, technically the same company. Yet, well, they want too much money. I mean, if this isn't another example and another argument per se that we need some sort of change in how electricity is imported to the state or generated or distributed or divvied out in the state, I don't know what is. I mean, honestly, you don't know what is. Almost 3/4 of the U.S. is on smart meters. And Connecticut is one of the few states that is still not using them at all. Well, again, we should rectify here or be specific here that UI is using them. But how long is the? And again, I am not taking the side of EverSource, CL&P, or the state. But after a while, it can't be just a dollar and cents thing. You know what I mean? I mean, on the surface of it, it's a regulation thing or whatever. Can it really be just a dollar and cents thing, or is this just a scenario of the state doesn't like EverSource and EverSource doesn't like the state? And maybe that's why constantly you've got this scenario whenever something comes out, it's got to be turned into a political football. Now, here's the other thing, too. Now, a lot of people, when these smart meters first came out, a lot of people did not want them because they said, well, they don't want to be throttled, meaning they don't want power to be cut back. Maybe they don't want to know how much power you're using at a certain time. I mean, really? And I remember, and maybe that sort of thing is now just maybe, I'm guessing maybe it's by the boards, maybe. But are you okay with this advanced meter, a smart meter, what a smart meter can do? The smart meter is an improvement on the old meter. The old meter just spun around and round and round. And when you're using a lot of electricity, it spun like crazy. And overnight, when you had maybe a fan or just the AC or the heater going, it was nice and slow. But the smart meter allows the company to see how much power certain people are using while looking at them with their flock camera. I'm kidding. It's a joke. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So that's what EverSource wants to do. They have, and this is the number that you see all the time, Eversource has about 1,350,000 total customers in the state, commercial and residential. So they would have to put a new meter, which would take 4 or 5 years to do it from the rollout on. They would have to put a new meter on each home, for each unit in an apartment building, for every store, every gas station, whatever, and that would take years. So it would take from 2029 to 2032, after 2 years of prep work that would begin next year. So the bottom line is here, kids, we'll find out about this in mid-November. And listen, if the answer is no, it doesn't mean you're not. It doesn't mean you're not going to get power. But again, it's going to be a scenario where, it's going to be a scenario where there's going to be a battle, and maybe Eversource can give a little bit on that fee. I don't know. You tell me. Traffic and weather together. No power meters here. It's all for you on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound plan on over an hour from Stamford going through Trumbull and Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way. Now Upper Merritt southbound near Jammin over the Sikorsky Bridge going down to Route 8. 95 through New Haven. You're crawling through Long Wharf and bunched up northbound through West Haven. Traffic report is powered by the City of Bridgeport. Bridgeport residents, are you concerned about extreme heat and poor air quality? Join the free community conversation Thursday, 5:30 p.m. at Burroughs Community Center. And that's Kraus WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair after midnight, cooler near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow near 80. Friday, sunny and dry near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Lori Molnar, Director of Development at the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. Did you know thousands of men, women, and children in Connecticut lack access to health care? Through Sage Healthcare at the Bridgeport Rescue Mission, we're providing free, compassionate care without barriers, and it's only possible because of your support. Please join us on July 30th at Penfield Pavilion in Fairfield for our Rescuing Lives 2026 event. Enjoy great food, dancing, and live music by North County Band. Visit bridgeportrescuemission.org. Come have fun for an amazing cause.
When you're vacationing in your RV, there are some things you can always count on. Laying out on a hammock, waking up to birds chirping, and board games with the family.
What? It's not cheating.
Frank, you're scaring the kids.
Oh, come on, guys. We're having fun. It's family time.
With Progressive, your RV is protected 24/7, so you're prepared for whatever you don't see coming.
Technically, it's a loophole.
It's a children's board game. You're a grown man, Frank.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, keep it right here. We've got news coming up top of the hour. In fact, top and bottom of every hour right here, Monday through Friday, 2 to 6 on Connecticut Today to get you home, get you school, get you to work, get you from work. Chris Williams and ABC News every 30 minutes. Traffic and weather together. And then coming up at about a quarter past the hour, next hour, in the 4 o'clock hour, quarter past the hour for all you East Coast affiliates. On the West Coast, now, our pal Chris Powell with his once-a-month check-in is going to hold court here on all things that he covers in his column, chrispowellcolumn.com. That's chrispowellcolumn.com. And in the 5 o'clock hour, 5:15, our pal, Dan Haar, Hearst Connecticut Media, to give us all the big stories he has, including a look at what is coming up tonight. Josh Elliott v. Governor Ned Lamont, 7 o'clock on News 8, all right? Dan getting very feisty on social media, too. He's been jousting with a couple of staunch conservative Republicans, a couple of whom I know. But see, this is a brawl I'm going to stay out of here. This is kind of a verbal tete-a-tete, as they say, that I'm just going to stay out of. Dan's a big boy. He can handle himself. My friend Bill's a big boy. He can handle himself. So it's fun, though. It's fun, especially when terms, when there are colorful terms used on either side with all the love and good hearts. So Dan Har, 515, Hearst, Connecticut Media. If you want to email me, the email is always up and running, Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul, at voiceofct.com, Paul, at voiceofct.com. And, of course, I didn't mention this, the part of the 4 o'clock hour that people across the globe are awaiting. Chris Williams goes through all the answers in our Facebook question of the day and picks and hand curates a somewhat representative sample of what people think. Will you be watching tonight's Democratic gubernatorial debate between Governor Ned Lamont and State Rep Josh Elliott? And if you are, who is your pick? As you can imagine, especially with this, there are some rather colorful responses to this. Some we can actually say and some we can't. But Chris will be up with that. But first, let's get a check of what's going on around the world and around the nation.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Hostilities between the U.S. and Iran intensifying with daily strikes in the region, and the Strait of Hormuz closed off to most shipping traffic. The Trump administration says it's decimating Iran's capabilities and that Iran wants to negotiate. But Iranian officials say if Iran can't sell oil due to ongoing strikes, no one in the region will be able to sell oil. Here's ABC's Karen Travers.
It was Secretary of State Marco Rubio who insisted that the United States is still open to diplomacy, but said that the military operation would, of course, continue targeting Iran when it comes to them striking at commercial ships, that they want to try to degrade Iran's capabilities to go after commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. It's a very different message, though, in terms of the negotiations than what we heard yesterday from President Trump.
Earlier in Delaware, the president attended the dignified transfer at Dover Air Base for all 4 U.S. service members killed in Iranian attacks last weekend. Cases of cyclosporiasis continue to rise. The CDC confirming 11,000 cases across 41 states. ABC's Yuri Benajoud has more.
While health officials have linked some of these cases to shredded iceberg lettuce served at Taco Bell restaurants in 5 states, they are looking into other potential sources as well. Taylor Farms has issued a voluntary recall of all their iceberg lettuce grown in central Mexico. Those products went to American food distributors, fast food chains, and grocery stores, all now working to ensure those products are pulled from the supply chain.
Tropical storm Bertha making landfall in St. Bernard Parish this afternoon in Louisiana. Governor Jeff Landry says it is a welcome break.
The storm is likely not to produce the type of rainfall or wind event that it could have.
The storm losing some steam, but officials are warning residents that they should remain vigilant and that the storm could troll the coastline with heavy rain, severe flooding, and damaging winds as it moves towards Texas in the coming days. You're listening to ABC News.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
OpenAI confirming 2 of its advanced artificial intelligence models went rogue and attacked the digital library. Here's ABC's Hannah Battah.
OpenAI says this happened during testing in a controlled environment, but the AI models managed to escape containment, connected to the internet, and hack the library of computer code. A startup called Hugging Face. OpenAI is calling it an unprecedented cyber incident, and they're now reinforcing safeguards.
OpenAI also says it expects this kind of incident to become more common. In California, it is day 2 of a preliminary hearing for David Burke. He's the singer known as David, accused of murdering a teen last year. Prosecutors are trying to establish a motive.
On the witness stand on day 2 of the hearing, David Burke's
financial manager and a finance employee of the record company that signed Burke are testifying. Prosecutors are trying to establish that Burke had a huge financial motive to protect his career and that he killed 14-year-old Celeste Rivas to prevent her from exposing their sexual relationship and impacting that career. On Tuesday, prosecutors showed gruesome photos of the crime scene as they try to prove to the judge there's enough evidence to move to trial. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Africa's top health body says more than 1,000 people have died in the Ebola outbreak in Congo, making it the fastest Ebola outbreak in history. The World Health Organization says the true scale of cases could be 2 to 4 times larger. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A group of lawmakers from Yale are encouraging the university to fight back against racial discrimination accusations. University President Maury McInnes says the school is in negotiations to settle a lawsuit filed by the Department of Justice over discriminatory admissions practices. New Haven Mayor Justin Elliker and Democratic State Representative Matt Blumenthal, who are both Yale alums, are criticizing the negotiations and calling the investigation, quote, baseless. A letter was sent to university leadership calling on the university to fight the charges. It was endorsed by a coalition of at least a half dozen lawmakers who went to Yale. And Tweed New Haven Regional Airport is moving forward with its expansion project. Airport officials made the announcement Tuesday after the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia upheld the Federal Aviation Administration's approval of the expansion. The town of East Haven had filed a legal challenge to the extension and terminal expansion. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound plan on over an hour from Stamford going through Trumbull and Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way. Now Upper Merritt southbound, you're jamming over the Sikorsky Bridge going down to Route 8. 95 through New Haven, you're crawling through Long Wharf and bunched up northbound through West Haven. Traffic report is powered by the city of Bridgeport. Bridgeport residents, are you concerned about extreme heat and poor air quality? Join the free community conversation Thursday, 5:30 p.m. at Burroughs Community Center. Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Clearing later this evening and overnight near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny with a high again near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 2 hours down, 2 hours to go as we, you and I sit around and chew the fat here, chew the protein, the carbohydrates, whatever we chew here on Connecticut Today, whatever's on your mind. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Our question of the day. A lot of people, of course, are responding. Facebook.com/voice of CT. Just wondering, will you be watching tonight? Watching what, Paul? No, honestly, will you be watching what tonight? Tonight's Democratic gubernatorial debate between Governor Ned Lamont and State Rep Josh Elliott. All right? That'll be coming up in a little less than 3 hours from now, courtesy of our good friends at News 8 WTNH. In New Haven. Josh Elliott, of course, the, could you say upstart? I don't know. I don't like that word. The unexpected challenger to Governor Ned Lamont. He's gotten a little less than $4 million from state funding to run a campaign in the primary part of this. If he were to shock Ned Lamont in a campaign win in the primary, He would get $18 million to run against Ryan Fazio. Boy, would that be a change of generation, huh? Think about that. When just 4 years ago you had Ned Lamont v. Bob Stefanowski 2, and 4 years before that you had Ned Lamont v. Bob Stefanowski 1, and then you had Tom Foley twice. And so, either way, Ryan Fazio is going to mark a new generation in Connecticut politics when he carries the Republican banner, seeing as Aaron Stewart had to drop out. We know about that, and Betsy McCoy did not have enough to qualify for a primary. But I believe, is she still running for state party chair? I don't know. I got to look that up. Anyway, we have this question. Will you watch the debate tonight, and who's your pick in the debate? Who are you prognosticating? Chris Williams looking through the dozens of answers. Wow, look at that. I just looked at the number.
A cornucopia.
Cornucopia, my God, a carving board of a spacious crudité of answers there, almost 200. Chris, you have plenty to pick from. What do you got?
Colleen is waiting to watch. She likes Elliot. Pamela says, no, I'll probably watch something more intelligent like Wedding Crashers. Eric is going to do all the things he's been saying for years and not doing, but now he's going to do them. Neither from Michael. He will be voting red instead. Yes from Buck. Josh Elliott is his vote. Don't need to watch, as my vote will be red across the entire ballot. That's from Eileen. I'm going for Elliott from Trish in the primary, but no, he won't win. And then we'll put full support on Lamont. Elliott claims he's going to break up the Eversource monopoly, Cynthia says. I'd be curious to hear how. And in this case, considering voters in this state aren't going to do anything other than vote Dem just because, I'd be happy to get Nettie out the door. And before anyone attacks, I'm a libertarian supremely frustrated by the fact that these choices, both Republican and Democrat, are the best we can do. It's Carlin's thoughts unfolding in circular patterns. And can we make it a UFC fight, Peter wants to know.
It's interesting, and thank you, Chris, that gentleman who said, look, and I'm kind of paraphrasing here, who said something like, is this the best we can do? We're looking at, well, what do you people want? See, I hear this all the time. Well, geez, if that's the best we can do. Now, sometimes I lead that cheer, but not cheer, C-H-E-E-R, not C-H-A-I-R. But my point is, if you allow more people in the race through ding, 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 ranked choice voting, you get a bigger choice. But you still hear people say, well, we have to have better choices. All right, well, what? Give me an example. Give me a concrete example here. You've got Ryan Fazio, a young, telegenic, very smart legislator with a finance and housing background, guy who was a Connecticut product, taught literacy, reading in inner city schools in New York, baseball player in high school. I mean, looks to be right out of central casting. And then you got Ned Lamont, very rich guy, made money early on in the cabling business, heir to a lot of money. So I don't know what you want. Do you want somebody who's not as rich as Ned, but a little richer than Ryan Fazio? Although, with all due respect, I have no idea of Ryan's financial capabilities. But I don't know, just something to think about. Don't toss out. And again, I love when people respond and respond to our questions here and on the air and the text. But having said that, the next time you say, well, we need better choices, well, then you should follow up in your mind. All right, if I was given a better choice, what choice would I want to make?
When you hear pizza, you're excited. But when you hear Connecticut pizza, you're talking about the best of the best. And the best pizza in the country deserves the best event. That's the Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with Connecticut Basement Systems, Sunday, August 2nd at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Food trucks, craft beer, live music, pizza panels, celebrating all things Connecticut pizza. Get your tickets now at voiceofct.com. Thanks to Power Station, official event production partner, Mazda of Milford, and JP McHale Pest Management.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Is your DIY security not giving you the security you need? For the next level of security, call Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting. PPC can use your existing system or install a new system. Floodlights, cameras, and security devices working in concert. All from one simple app for smart home and business security tailored to your needs and lifestyle. Get a complimentary assessment. Go to ppcalarms.com. Book your complimentary assessment. ppcalarms.com. They get 5-star reviews for a reason.
Your new customers are listening to the Voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross northbound accident reported just past exit 38. And on the Merritt Parkway southbound, jamming over the Sikorsky Bridge, going down to Route 8, 95 north, an hour and 20 from Greenwich through Fairfield, New Haven, 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf, going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Max Kraus, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair after midnight, cooler near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow near 80. Friday, sunny and dry near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Milford's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Coming up next hour, Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Right now, though, in his stead in the 4 o'clock hour, our monthly check-in with Chris Powell. Check out all his columns and blogs, chrispowellcolumn.com. chrispowellcolumn.com. Mr. Powell, good afternoon, sir. How might you be today?
Oh, just popping Noxatrils and sipping Grecian formula.
Grecian formula. Wow. Wow. What are you going to chase it with? Nervine? Remember that? Oh, man.
It's enough for me.
Yeah. The era of 60s television commercials. Is Chris Powell the political tout or the political bookie? Will he be watching the debate tonight? And how do you think, Chris, this stacks up? Before we get to your columns, this is interesting. You know, for his long-term political, what word could I use? Political oomph in the state. I think even if he loses tonight, I think Josh Elliott and his movement kind of wins. What do you think?
Well, certainly he's been riling up the far left in the Democratic Party, and I think the governor is very worried about him because the governor is constantly making these feints to the left. John Larson seems trying to pander to the left in the first district Democratic primary as well. We're going to see, I think, what the Democratic Party in Connecticut is made of. Is there anybody who wants to come out and vote in the Democratic Party who's not on the far left? Are there any moderates or even conservatives left on the Democratic Party? I wonder if the governor can motivate people to vote. Certainly all the noise and excitement seems to be on the leftist side, on Elliott's side. So, yes, I do plan to watch tonight. I wonder with these things whether they get any general public audience, or if it's just the partisans who are watching.
Yeah. No, that's interesting, Chris, and the fact that we don't have open primaries here too might kind of lessen the impact here. Couple of your recent columns. Number one, and we've been carrying it as a news item here for the past few days. This kind of posturing between Yale and the White House. And just an interesting cha-cha as some other schools have chose to settle with Mr. Trump.
Yeah, I was kind of distressed when I saw those 8 Democratic legislators threatening Yale with the loss of its property tax exemptions if Yale doesn't refuse to settle with the Justice Department. I mean, I thought that was blackmail. I mean, Yale has got questionable admissions procedures. They're on the hook with the Justice Department. Why shouldn't they, to protect the university, want to at least negotiate the issue? But here's 8 on the far left Democratic legislators threatening to pull Yale's tax break if they simply talk to the Justice Department. And the wonderful irony here is that Yale's tax exemption in New Haven should be reduced. Yale has 43% of the tax-exempt property in New Haven. And something like 53% of the real estate in New Haven is already tax exempt.
Yep.
It's just too damn disproportionate. I mean, Yale's making a voluntary payment to the town. They just to the city. They just increased that. But if 43% of the tax exempt property in New Haven belongs to Yale, and they don't have to pay taxes on it, if New Haven was much bigger geographically, this wouldn't matter. But it's just too disproportionate, and the tax exemption should be cut back. But you got these 8 Democratic legislators who can't be persuaded to do the right thing unless they can coerce Yale out of not talking to the Trump administration. I mean, this is blackmail.
Yeah, pretty much. Chris Powell is with us, the guest once a month. Check it out, chrispowellcolumn.com. Again, Chris, this mind-numbingly stupid, I think, at least from an electoral point of view, phrase, abolish ICE. And again, it seems like the Democratic Party, both locally, Chris, and nationally, will not divorce itself from that, even though you have some of their own members saying, hey, stop saying this stuff or we're not going to win anymore.
Yeah, I see, a lot of the Democratic campaign stuff here in the 1st District and, for the governor primary, and 90% of it says abolish ICE on it or stop ICE. And I just find it remarkable that the Democrats want to abolish ICE, but none of them says, we should abolish illegal immigration. They must seem to want illegal immigration. Now, of course, ICE can be criticized.
Sure.
The methods of immigration law enforcement certainly need to be discussed. I think that we could eliminate a lot of the cruelty in immigration enforcement if we required employers nationally and here in Connecticut to use the federal government's E-Verify system of determining whether somebody is eligible for employment in the United States, and then prosecuting employers that illegally hire people. That I think would eliminate most of the cruelty in immigration law enforcement. You go after the employers, more than the immigrants who are working under the table. But the people who complain about ICE, they don't want E-Verify used either. I think they want the illegal immigration. They want to stop ICE, but they don't have any constructive proposal about whether and how to enforce immigration law. And I think they just don't want any immigration law. They want open borders again.
And, to me, Chris, when I hear something like that, and whether it's immigration or racial politics or whatever, I read years ago, and I'm sure you've read it from different people, when we finally solve a problem, it means that the money dries up for one side or the other or both. And, Chris, whether it's some of these race hucksters out there, race baiters, or these so-called, immigration, in air quotes, advocates, I mean, to me, What else can it be? If we had a truly, for example, colorblind society, or if we had an immigration system that was fine-tuned over the years and really worked, the people who you see on the cable news channels would be all out of a job. They'd be out of a job.
Yeah, and why doesn't the immigration system work? Who overwhelmed it, actually? You know, Trump didn't overwhelm the immigration system. It was the Democrats when they were in charge of the federal government. They gave us open borders, and they gave us millions and millions of people entering the country illegally who were given summonses to come to a court hearing a year hence, and of course nobody shows up. The immigration system is overwhelmed, but who overwhelmed it?
Yeah. And I love, Chris, finally, where, you said a year hence. I mean, it's crazy. In the teeth of this whole thing, you hear about, well, when's your immigration hearing? Oh, it's in 4 years from now. Or something like that. It's mind-boggling how overwhelmed the system is.
Yeah, but, who overwhelmed it? The Democrats overwhelmed it. Why did they overwhelm it? I think they overwhelmed it because they knew it was going to skew the congressional and state legislative districting in favor of the Democrats.
Chris Powell, ChrisPowellColumn.com. Check him out. Chris, always not fearful of taking on the tough stuff. Chris, thank you, my friend. Be good and go easy on stuff from 1960s commercials, okay? Will you do that for me? Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Paul. Bye-bye.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye. Yeah, folks, this is now becoming more and more talked about, that the recalcitrance of the Biden years to slowing down the migration of people over the border, 250,000 a month, it's because the Democrats in power knew, they were told, hey, the 2030 census looks really bad for us. There's going to be a shift of between like 10 and 14 or 15 House seats from blue states to red states. And this is why the Biden administration, even though they were being warned by their own people saying, hey, this is going to murder us in the election, they didn't care, folks. They didn't care. And you're saying, well, and if you're saying, well, you sound like MAGA, no. I'm telling you, go online and put a search term in like 2030 House redistribution, and you will get websites on the left, websites on the right, and websites right down the middle who say the 2030 census for the Democrats could be a bloodbath. And this is why they were trying to pack states with illegals to ease what would more likely happen in another 4 years.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross northbound accident reported just past exit 38. And on the Merritt Parkway southbound, jamming over the Sikorsky Bridge, going down to Route 8, 95 north, an hour and 20 from Greenwich through Fairfield, New Haven, 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf, going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at BridgelightAdvisors.com. I'm Max Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Clearing later this evening and overnight near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny with a high again near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
You work hard. That's why we make it easy to buy a new GMC truck at D'Addario Buick GMC. Like a new 2026 Sierra 2500 or 3500 HD. Take $8,000 off MSRP. Shop D'Addario Buick GMC in Shelton. The difference is D'Addario.
Stock number G6310, MSRP $92,565. Financing with approved credit must have a 2012 or newer trade. See dealer for details. Offer expires last day of the month.
It's game day.
Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Greater Bridgeport's home for talk and opinion. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, thanks once again to Chris Powell, our monthly check-in with Chris. We have him on every 3 or 4 weeks. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Again, check out all of his columns. He writes, I think, about 2 or 3 pieces a week. Sometimes he is picked up by Hearst, sometimes, and run in what is still, I guess, the remnants of the Waterbury Republican American. So you may see Chris's stuff there as well. And he ran the Journal-Inquirer of Manchester for years and years and years. We run the news right now, ABC and Chris on WICC.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Escalating hostilities between the U.S. and Iran lead into maritime traffic blockades. Oil and gas prices going up in the U.S. and European countries also feeling the squeeze. ABC's Patrick Reevell with more.
The Strait of Hormuz remains effectively closed right now as Iran continues to target ships there. Also, the alternative route in the Red Sea is also now under threat since the Iran's allies, the Houthis, declared a blockade on Saudi Arabian ports there. And so we have seen gas and oil prices continue to rise. Here in Europe now, liquefied natural gas prices are reaching the levels that they were at during some of the worst points of the war before the ceasefire agreement.
Tropical storm Bertha making landfall in Louisiana today. That storm losing strength, but still packing a punch for possible flooding. And a state of emergency in West Virginia due to widespread flooding from yesterday's rains. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Bridgeport police captain is under investigation for allegedly using a gay slur in front of several fellow officers. Michael Salem III, the president of Bridgeport's police union, confirmed that Captain Kevin Gilliran is under investigation, but added he couldn't add anything more to his comment. Gilliran is one of 3 captains in the department, and he's being accused by Captain Lonnie Blackwell of using a profanity followed by a derogatory homophobic slur directed towards Captain John Cummings. Blackwell emailed his complaint on July 14th to City Attorney Taisha Toms, saying Gilliran used the term on July 12th during a tense exchange with Assistant Chief Frank Capozzi after Cummings made a joke at Gilliran's expense. Mayor Joe Ganem's chief administrative officer, Tom Gaudet, said that Captain Gilliran is a good man who's had a great career with the Bridgeport Police Department, but if he did use that term, appropriate punishment should be given. The Easton Police Department is warning residents they may have received a phishing attempt after Town Hall's email system was compromised during a breach. The issue was resolved quickly, but the police department is warning residents not to open any emails or click any links that may have been sent as the result of the breach and say to simply erase the email. They stressed the breach has since been resolved. A teacher and a police officer are facing charges for a disturbance at a Hartford Yard Goats game. Milford teacher John J. Hatfield is facing disorderly conduct and trespassing charges for allegedly making sexually inappropriate comments to juveniles. Orange Police Sergeant Frank Kocius is facing charges of disorderly conduct and interfering with an arrest over claims he pushed a police officer. The incident occurred on July 11th. Yard Goat's staff reports they asked the two men to leave the premises, but they resisted. Neither have entered a plea. Body camera footage shows an officer fired nearly 20 shots at a man beating his father with a bat. The officer was identified as Anthony Offiali of the Meriden Police Department. The footage was released on Tuesday and shows 38-year-old Robert Lee Jenkins III striking a motionless 69-year-old Robert Jenkins Jr. with a bat. After multiple commands by Offiali telling the suspect to drop the bat, he opened fire with nearly 24 rounds before the suspect fell backwards. An investigation into the incident is ongoing and being handled by the state police. Connecticut Democratic voters get their first head-to-head look at the governor's race tonight as Governor Ned Lamont and Hamden State Representative Josh Elliott face off in a live Democratic primary debate.
Look what we've been able to accomplish, and we're just getting started.
I've been talking about the same thing since I started, affordability for working families.
It airs at 7 p.m. on WTNH TV News 8, streaming on their website and the station's free app, with viewers encouraged to join the conversation using the hashtag DebateNightInCT. Chief political anchor Dennis House will moderate, with political correspondent Mike Cerulli as a panelist. The Capitol Report team will break down the debate immediately afterward. It's a key moment for voters ahead of Connecticut's primary election set for Tuesday, August 11th. And Stanley Cup champion Shane Gostisbehere celebrated his day with the trophy in Milford. The Carolina Hurricanes defenseman brought the cup to the Dockside Brewery on Saturday. Gostisbehere was born in Florida, but transferred to South Kent School halfway through high school and signed his first 2 professional hockey contracts at Dockside. It was a natural choice to bring the greatest trophy in sports back to where it all began. Dockside hosted a private party for Gostisbehere, his friends, family, and some teammates. And manager Tom Hanley said it was a surreal moment for everyone who got to spend time with the cup. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross northbound accident reported just past exit 38. And on the Merritt Parkway southbound, jamming over the Sikorsky Bridge going down to Route 8, 95 north, an hour and 20 from Greenwich through Fairfield, New Haven, 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at BridgelightAdvisors.com. I'm Max Kraus, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair after midnight, cooler near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow near 80. Friday, sunny and dry near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Get the straight story on everything that's going on around our state. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And one of our regular listeners, Ed just sent me something here. Right-wing extremist violence is more frequent and more deadly than left-wing violence, what the data shows. The understanding of political violence complicated by differences in definitions. The recent Department of Justice removal of an important government-sponsored study of domestic terrorism. And Ed, thank you. I'll curl up tonight with an adult beverage or 4 and read this. No, listen. Our politics right now on both sides is out of control. It's crazy. It's nuts. And I just wish the 10% of people on the left would shut up and 10% of people on the right would shut up. Maybe a little more. Maybe, all right, I'll give, I don't want to go 20 on each side. How about if we go, will you go the 15-15-70 rule? Maybe Ed would like that. 15% of people on the left, shut up. Defund the police, abolish ICE. Shut up, you're going to lose. Even if you think that's a good idea, it's not a winning slogan. It's like when advertisers say, meet our friendly staff. I should hope your staff is friendly. If you're asking me for money to buy something from you or buy a service, I should hope your staff is friendly. And 15% of people on the right, shut up. We love America. I would hope you love America. That's the problem. Whether it's with social media, whether it's with the news outlets, people, what really distresses me today is that old phrase, and it's been used for probably 100 or so years, couple hundred years, and it fits better today than it has fit in any time in our rocky history in this country, right? Perception is reality. And people on the left gravitate to their favorite outlets because they want their reality to be perceived a certain way, and they want it pounded into them. And people on the right, they want it pounded into them too. That you're right, what you stand for is right, and this is right. And again, we're seeing that kind of level off and even off on the whole MAGA side of things. But man, it's not even an overdrive yet on the left. And I'm actually starting to think that politics is an opiate, just the way who said that? Marx? Religion is the opiate of the people, or Stalin, or Marx, or whatever. Somebody, some dictator, whatever, said that. Marxist, Leninist dictator. But I'm really starting to think. No, honestly, kids, I'm really starting to think that religion has been superseded by politics and the opiate of the people. And when I started doing these kinds of shows, I used to be, you think I'm partisan now. You should have heard me 25, 30 years ago. I'm Rachel Maddow compared to where I used to be. Because I sat back one day and said, well, wait a minute. All right, the Democrats want a 39% maximum tax bracket, and the GOP wants 34, 35%. I know it's hundreds of billions of dollars, but you know what I mean, right? And, you go to any police, a yearly police banquet, there's a lot of Democrats there, and there's a lot of Republicans there, too. A lot of Republicans get abortions, too, not just Democrats or progressives. So in the end, it's really not going to matter much of a hill of beans, honestly. Is there plenty of left-wing violence? Sure is. Is there plenty of right-wing violence? Sure is. But the part that upsets me now is that the off-kilter part that people criticize the Republicans for since Mr. Trump came down the golden escalator back in 2015, that's about to shift now to the other side. And what is that going to do when it shifts further left? The reaction, Sir Isaac Newton told us this a couple of hundred years ago. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. And Van Jones stole that from me. I was watching it online, and he had one of those toys. What's it called? The Newton device, whatever. The one with the 3 balls in the middle, and then 1 ball on the right and 1 ball on the left. And if you pull the one to the left way high and let it go, and then it clicks the balls, and the energy is passed through the center to the right, and then the right ball flies up in the air. That's what we're about to see right now. What do I say? It's not difficult. When there's a functioning, breathing, logical party on the right, there tends to be a functioning, breathing, logical, calm party on the left. When the party on the left is calm, logical, and breathing and okay, it tends to not foster craziness on the right. Because you cannot give America two bad choices, because nobody wins with bad choices. What have I been saying now for 2.5 years since 2024? The 2024 election was a choice to many people between crazy and broken. And a slight majority of people said, well, you know what? Crazy is right sometimes.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor, for peace of mind. 203-336-2566.
As we celebrate 250 years of freedom, freedom to govern ourselves, freedom to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, let me ask you a question. What does financial freedom look like today, and do you have it? Because it looks like insulation from inflation. It looks like a hedge against global instability and global divestment from the US dollar. It looks a lot like owning physical gold. It's Stephen Gardner for Monetary Gold, who have been helping Americans diversify with gold for the past 26 years. Did you know you can own physical gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account? Learn how with a free copy of Gold in Modern America from Monetary Gold. Claim it at StephenLovesGold.com. Find freedom with gold. Visit StephenLovesGold.com or call 800-608-1770 for a one-on-one consultation. Claim your free guide at StephenLovesGold.com or call 800-608-1770. Performance may vary. Consult your tax and financial professional.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC's 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Even with the rebound in semiconductor stocks, Wall Street finished lower today as SpaceX fell to $115 a share. That is $20 below its IPO price and well below the first price it traded when it became public at $150. Market down across the board as concerns about higher oil prices and intensifying violence in the Middle East also affecting market sentiment. The Dow lost 6 points. It came out of positive territory at the end of the day. The S&P down 10, the Nasdaq down 146, about 0.5%. After the bell, Google reported earnings that were better than expected, but some internal components may have disappointed the street. The stock's a little soft in after-hours action. Oil prices up $2.09 to $86.43 in New York, holding about $93.75 in London. Interest rates moving higher as well, restraining the stock market to an extent. The yield on the 10-year note, 4.66%. The dollar a little weaker, gold up $60.60, silver up 88 cents as more earnings are coming out. Tesla down a little bit after the close on its results. IBM bouncing back after pre-announcing negative results.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams, Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at DripDrop.com and use promo code Radio20 for 20% off your first order. That's DripDrop.com, promo code Radio20 for 20% off your first order. Head to DripDrop.com now and use promo code Radio20.
You've been entrusted with the keys to an incredible machine. Cars are an impressive feat of engineering that we take for granted every day, getting us from A to B. That's what they do. They take us places. But if you're speeding, you'll go places you never want to be. Getting a speeding ticket might seem like an inconvenience, but in reality, it's better than the alternative. When you speed, you risk your life, your passengers, and everyone else on the road, because speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound plan on an hour and 20 from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. Upper Merritt southbound. Volume delays plenty going over the Sikorsky Bridge, going down to Route 8, New Haven. 91 south, you are jamming from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. Traffic report is powered by the City of Bridgeport. Bridgeport residents, are you concerned about extreme heat or poor air quality? Join the free community conversation Thursday, 5:30 p.m. at Burroughs Community Center. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Clearing later this evening and overnight near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny with a high again near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorak on WICC.
Our phone lines are always open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, by the way, did you see this? Now, we've been talking a lot about local stuff on this show, Connecticut-based stuff today, Bridgeport-based stuff today, world stuff, Trump, the debate tonight on News 8 at 7. May have heard Mike Cerulli on earlier today with Lisa Wexler in the midday previewing all this. But there is a story that above and beyond all that, that's going to make you go, holy crap. And it's getting a little bit of play right now. I'll tell you what it is coming up straight ahead because of anything. Look, the world will spin after the debate tonight into tomorrow morning. By the way, I'm in for Melissa tomorrow morning. How about that? I have to sleep fast tonight, as one of my old bosses used to say. You know, we're done with the game. He'd say, new game tomorrow, Paulie. Sleep fast. There we go. I will read you this story momentarily. Oh, man, we'll do it next hour. But this story here is one that you're going to be talking to your better half. But why is it always the better half? Why is it never, hey, welcome to you and your not so better half? I'm kidding. It's a joke. Come on. George Carlin would be saying the same stuff if that maestro was still around. Bob in Weston is here. Bob, good afternoon. How are you?
Paul,
yeah.
How are you?
I'm good, Bob. What's up?
Good. Couple things.
Yeah.
You mentioned $18 million. That money could be better spent. Why don't we just put both candidates together, let them run the state? And, you know, and we're lucky we have two really good candidates.
Yeah, we do.
You know, because look, we could be saddled with that crazy down in New York that wants to arrest you know, a head of state and spread anti-Semitic trout. Oh, you know, it's disgusting.
Bob,
and
you know what, Bob? Hold on, I'll let you finish. I just want. He knows he can't do that. But again, as I said,
I know.
He feeds the masses. Any politician knows what the reality is for the perception of their base. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
But the guy over in Germany, I won't mention his name.
Yeah.
He. Mondani. The mayor of New York is ahead of the guy that's initial began with an H over in Germany, spreading anti-Semitic garbage all over the place, desensitizing people to the Jewish people. And the guy's crazy. You can't go around saying you're going to arrest him. And then his wife on October 8th, nothing happened.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, rah, look what they did. You know, I mean, it's insane. Now, on a happy note, one happy note.
Okay.
My wife and I went to Longshore Golf in Westport, and we ate at La Plage the other night.
Okay.
And I got to tell you, Paul, it was like eating at a tasting menu restaurant.
Nice, my kind of place.
Price.
Nice.
Delicious.
All right.
Delicious off the chart.
I'll have to, Bob, I'll have to check that out. Thank you, sir. Now, usually, thank you, Bob. Now, when I go to Westport, the Westport comps there, and they say, they run my place. The Flock license plate scanners. Give it a me. Oh, hey. Yes. So you folks, whatever place that was that Bob just mentioned in Westport, enjoy. We love our local restaurants. And listen, I got to tell you something. Now, look, Mamdani could never be president because he wasn't born in the U.S. He's born in Uganda, I believe. But could I see him being governor of New York? Absolutely. Could I see him being a senator from New York? Yeah, absolutely. He wouldn't run for the House. The House is, especially in big states, you end up being a backbencher there for how many years? No. Listen, though, I got to tell you, and here is the thing, and Bob, I'm glad you brought that up. Here is the thing that is interesting. I don't want to say masterful because I don't agree with a lot of what he says, and I think underneath there's a lot of anti-Semitism there, but he'll say, well, it's anti-Zionist. Don't get caught by that, folks. This is this bromide they throw out there. Well, I'm not anti-Jewish. I'm not anti-Semitic. Well, what are you? I'm anti-Zionist, and Zionism means that Israel should exist as a state. If you're a Zionist, you believe in the state of Israel. Well, yeah, because it's one of the few areas in the Muslim world that's not living in the Stone Age, the way they handle certain things, including women, but I digress. Mamdani's a smart guy. He's slick. He's good. He's good looking. He's very good on his feet. I don't besmirch him or belittle him anything in any way, shape, or form for getting elected. But you know what's fascinating? Everybody thinks that his base of support and the DSA base or bases of support are, no good slackers, big-time pot-smoking leftists with tie-dye shirts on, right out of a CS, a Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young concert in the 70s. No. If you look at the numbers, and again, folks, I say this all the time, don't believe me if you don't want to. Look it up. You know what the research is showing? The base of the DSA, including Mamdani, very well-educated, largely young, largely professional, white and Asian voters. In fact, a lot of these DSA candidates around the country are being rejected in big numbers in some spots by Black and Hispanic voters. A lot of Black and Hispanic voters ain't buying. A lot of young, white, urban, professional, and Asian American and immigrants and voters, they're buying this stuff. Because you know why? They make bigger money than a lot of the other demographics, and they say even with their medium to good salaries, they can't get ahead. Well, you know how you may want to do that? You may want to drop the $7 lattes every day.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound plan on an hour and 20 from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. Upper Merritt southbound. Volume delays plenty going over the Sikorsky Bridge, going down to Route 8 New Haven. 91 south, you are jamming from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. Traffic report is powered by the city of Bridgeport. Bridgeport residents, are you concerned about extreme heat or poor air quality? Join the free community conversation Thursday, 5:30 p.m. at Burroughs Community Center. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair after midnight, cooler near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow near 80. Friday, sunny and dry near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Fish on! The Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth official auto sponsor is Stevens Ford Lincoln of Milford, the dealership built on trust. Register now for your chance to win $25,000 for the heaviest bluefish caught. Pick up a registration form at Stevens Ford Lincoln of Milford or go to bluefishtournament.com. Be part of the Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. August 29th and 30th, and land your next vehicle at Stevens Ford Lincoln in Milford.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Yeah, folks, look it up. I'm telling you, a lot of this DSA support is young people, a generational thing. They look at people, they look at Donald Trump, and they look at Chuck Schumer, and they look at Hakeem Jeffries, and, they look at people holding on like Mitch McConnell and Richard Blumenthal and stuff, and they want, they want a younger generation, a generation who says, hey, we understand things are too expensive. Now, it's that way because of how the market works, too. All these people complaining about affordability. Well, I have an idea. If somebody's willing to offer you another $50,000 above asking price for your house, and you don't want it, give it to me. You take it, then give it to me if you don't want it. And that's the problem. And this is why the old line Democrats are in trouble now, because a younger generation of voters perceives them with that old mantra that people always say that may be true to them. There's no big difference between side A or side B.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Lindsay Davis, anchor of Prime, streaming weeknights on ABC News Live. 4 U.S. service members killed in the Middle East last week returned to U.S. soil in a dignified transfer ceremony at Dover Air Force Base. President Trump and top Pentagon officials attended. ABC's Louis Martinez says the solemn ceremony marks the escalation between the U.S. and Iran.
What we've seen now is essentially a return to daily combat, and it's no longer a situation where Iran waits for the United States to attack. They have been carrying out daylight attacks ahead of any U.S. retaliation. So what we're seeing is a return now to daily hostilities.
Ousted Venezuela leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife are back in court for his drug trafficking case.
Maduro appeared at ease as he entered the courtroom without shackles, greeting spectators with good morning in English and waving at one of the sketch artists as he took a seat at the defense table. Judge Alvin Hellerstein promptly set a trial date for June 1st, 2027, the date requested by both prosecutors and defense lawyers. Maduro's lawyers say they plan to file a motion to dismiss the case in September by arguing that Maduro and Flores are protected by sovereign immunity. Peter Haralambous, ABC News, New York.
In Mississippi, the family of Nolan Wells released findings from an independent autopsy. Authorities say the teen drowned following a boating trip with friends July 4th weekend. Family attorney Benjamin Crump says the cause of death remains undetermined.
Attorney Crump releasing these autopsy results and also pointing out the fact that there are missing organs here does put a significant amount of pressure on Mississippi. Certainly, there's been a lot of attention, a growing national attention on this particular case and the transparency around it. Again, that is what the family is asking for, transparency in this investigation. And so they're hoping that the coroner does ultimately release those.
ABC's Alex Prochet. Tropical storm Bertha made landfall in St. Bernard Parish, Louisiana. The storm is losing steam, but officials warn heavy rain could cause severe flooding as it moves toward Texas in the coming days. You're listening to ABC News.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Lindsay Davis. For the latest on today's headlines, be sure to watch Prime tonight, starting at 7 Eastern on ABC News Live. Now with more news, here's Michelle Franzen.
A state of emergency in West Virginia due to widespread flooding. National Guard members being deployed along the Swiftwater rescue teams to assist local responders. That heavy rain today could lead to severe flooding, and also in North Carolina and Virginia. Cases of cyclosporiasis are surging again in Michigan, 40 other states. The CDC confirming 11,000 cases of the parasitic infection. Here's Yuri Benajoud with more.
Well, health officials have linked some of these cases to shredded iceberg lettuce served at Taco Bell restaurants in 5 states. They are looking into other potential sources as well. Taylor Farms has issued a voluntary recall of all their iceberg lettuce grown in central Mexico. Those products went to American food distributors, fast food chains, and grocery stores, all now working to ensure those products are pulled from the supply chain.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott ordering state agencies to investigate advertising birth tourism. ABC's Jim Ryan has more from Dallas-Fort Worth.
So-called birth tourism involves women traveling to the United States in order to give birth to a child who is automatically a U.S. citizen. Governor Greg Abbott says 2 Texas hospitals were advertising birth packages in Mexico. He calls that an abuse of immigration laws, adding that, quote, U.S. citizenship is not for sale.
No one won last night's Mega Millions, but tonight you have a chance with Powerball. The grand prize up to $567 million. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Body camera footage shows an officer fired nearly 20 shots at a man beating his father with a bat. The officer was identified as Anthony Offiali of the Meriden Police Department. The footage was released on Tuesday and shows 38-year-old Robert Lee Jenkins III striking a motionless 69-year-old Robert Jenkins Jr. with a bat. After multiple commands by Offiali telling the suspect to drop the bat, he opened fire with nearly 24 rounds before the suspect fell backwards. An investigation into the incident is ongoing and being handled by the state police. And Stanley Cup champion Shane Gostisbehere celebrated his day with the trophy in Milford. The Carolina Hurricanes defenseman brought the cup to the Dockside Brewery on Saturday. Gostisbehere was born in Florida, but transferred to South Kent School halfway through high school and signed his first 2 professional hockey contracts at Dockside. It was a natural choice to bring the greatest trophy in sports back to where it all began. Dockside hosted a private party for Gostisbehere, his friends, family, and some teammates, and manager Tom Hanley said it was a surreal moment for everyone who got to spend time with the cup. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound plan on an hour and 20 from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. Upper Merritt southbound. Blind delays plenty going over the Sikorsky Bridge going down to Route 8 New Haven. 91 south you are jamming from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. Traffic report is powered by the city of Bridgeport. Bridgeport residents, are you concerned about extreme heat or poor air quality? Join the free community conversation Thursday, 5:30 p.m. at Burroughs Community Center. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Clearing later this evening and overnight near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny with a high again near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorak on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, coming up, I promise you this story that should send chills up and down your spine. I'm not exaggerating here. It's getting a little bit of play, just a teensy-weensy little bit of play here on the national and world media. You'll likely hear more about it tonight on the overnight if you're an insomniac with those crazy guys on Red Eye Radio, and into the morning show tomorrow. But yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. So we'll give that to you a little bit later on. I found an extended version of that story that I can read from. Now, till then, though, coming up in just a bit, our pal Dan Haar from Hearst, Connecticut Media, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Good to have you with us. Big story today, tonight, tomorrow. We'll be all talking about it. We'll wrap it up tomorrow morning with John Kamal and yours truly on the Melissa in the Morning program. You're going to be watching tonight's big Democratic gubernatorial debate between Governor Ned Lamont and Josh Elliott. Are you watching? Who's your pick? What's the point spread? I'm telling you, the folks at Kalshi, and I should check that. Now, Kalshi, you can bet politics on Polymarket and Kalshi. And I guess now there's two other prediction markets opening. And if you don't know what these are, they're like the sports online stuff, sort of like Bet Rivers and MGM and DraftKings and FanDuel and all that. But instead of having to go with or against odds set up by the house or odds makers, you can bet against other people. So it's like you're playing a poker game with everybody else, not the house. And I wonder if Kalshi, they won't be doing the debate tonight, I don't think, but if Kalshi or Polymarket will eventually do something on Ned Lamont v. Ryan Fazio. Wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that be? Well, that would just corrupt it. Why would it corrupt it? I mean, you still have people vote. Now, I guess when you think about it, anything is possible. How about this guy the other day that was Mr. Trump's, the president's teleprompter guy, who apparently knew what was in some of the speeches, because he would have to, you load the speeches into the teleprompter, whether it's done digitally or on paper. And then the teleprompter operator has to make sure it's a tough job, because you have to stop the script from rolling up or scrolling up and down for the applause lines. Not easy, not an easy job. But I guess he got in trouble because he was placing bets based on what he saw in the teleprompter script. It's kind of diabolically cool, but having said that, shouldn't do that. So we'll wrap this all up for you tomorrow. I'm in for Melissa in the Morning tomorrow. She's back on Friday. Are you going to watch tonight's debate, gubernatorial debate? We have almost 200 people who have chimed in on this. Thank you so much. You going to watch? Now, again, these are some very funny responses. I don't think any of them are vulgar. They're actually, I like when we can lampoon each candidate. But almost 200 people weighing in. We'd love to hear from you online, Facebook.com/Voice of CT and or 203-333-9422, 333 WICC.
When you hear pizza, you're excited. But when you hear Connecticut pizza, you're talking about the best of the best and the best pizza in the country deserves the best event. That's the Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with Connecticut Basement Systems, Sunday, August 2nd at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Food trucks, craft beer, live music, pizza panels, celebrating all things Connecticut pizza. Get your tickets now at voiceofct.com. Thanks to Power Station, official event production partner, Mohegan Sun Online Casino, and Jordan's Furniture New Haven.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire. Baker's Life, we care about your Medicare. call to make when making Medicare decisions.
Are you maximizing your Medicare benefits? If you're new to Medicare or have an existing plan, Bankers Life will give you the best options so you maximize your benefits. Start online at bankerslife.com. Bankers Life, your personal Medicare expert. Bankerslife.com. That's bankerslife.com.
We are in the midst of hurricane season here in Connecticut, and let me be real, it's not over until the beginning of November. We've already seen our fair share of storms, including what happened on July 4th. It's time to get that free tree risk assessment I tell you about all the time from my friends at K&J Tree Service. We had the free tree risk assessment done last year, and it gave us such peace of mind going into the winter, the spring, and now hurricane season. And what's cool about K&J Tree Service is they only have certified arborists come out to check your property.
We only send licensed arborists to the property to do those health assessments. And certainly there's so many things that we can do aside from just take a tree down.
You can call Ricky and his team at K&J Tree Service by calling 203-248-TREE or just go to kjtreeservice.com to book that free tree risk assessment. No obligation to do the work, but definitely gives you peace of mind and a better understanding of how healthy your trees are or are not on your property and how likely they are to come down the next time a storm rolls through. Check out kjtreeservice.com to book that free tree risk assessment.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Concert season is flying by. Don't miss any of these great shows. Sunday, July 26th, Neo with Akon at Meadows Music Theater up in Hartford. Thursday, July 30th, For King and Country marches into the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Sunday, August 2nd, Maya performs at Mohegan Sun. Friday, August 7th, don't miss the legendary Rod Stewart with Richard Marx at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Saturday, August 8th, Billy Idol rocks out the Mohegan Sun Arena. Sunday, August 16th, the iconic Diana Ross performs at the Stanford Center for the Arts. Saturday, August 22nd, see Kesha at Mohegan Sun. And Sunday, August 23rd, The Fray is at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
WICC 600 AM and 95.9 FM has your traffic covered. Listen weekdays for the most up-to-date traffic reports brought to you by Smart MLS. There's a smarter way to sell your home.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound accident reported between the West Rock Tunnel and exit 50, affecting both sides of the highway. New Haven 91 south, you're jamming from exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf, Lower Fairfield County. 95 north, hour and 20, Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway is only slightly better. Traffic report is powered by the City of Bridgeport. Bridgeport residents, are you concerned about extreme heat or poor air quality? Join the free community conversation Thursday, 5:30 p.m. at Burroughs Community Center. And that's Kraus WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair after midnight, cooler near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow near 80. Friday, sunny and dry near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Delivering you the real news and talk every day for 100 years. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Man, I can't tell you how popular this segment is, and I hear it from both sides. Dan Haar, Hearst Connecticut Media's senior editor and columnist, who's become a lot more feisty online lately with actually a few Connecticut conservatives that I know. Mr. Haar, good afternoon. How are you?
Yeah, one or two of those guys are really, it's shocking that they have any respect. And some of them are smart and good. And,
yeah.
And you know, that's the way it goes.
Yeah, it is. But I always, the exchanges, they wake me up, Dan, before I go to bed. The debate tonight, what do you make of this thing? And let me pose this to you, because I've been saying this all day, and I had the estimable Mr. Chris Powell on last hour. I think for his long-term prospects, even if he loses tonight or is perceived to have been bested by the governor, I think Josh Elliott long-term could really benefit from a solid performance tonight. What do you think, Dan?
Yeah, I mean, I have not been thinking of this debate as super high stakes because he's not expected to do, to certainly to win. And right now he's behind by, depending on who you look at or talk to, maybe 20 points. So,
yeah.
is 60-40 a sort of a Maginot Line? A lot of this race is about sending a message to Vermont that it's not okay to amass $15 billion in surpluses and fail to increase spending on services such as, children's services and so forth. Housing, the governor has done a pretty good job. Education, we've had the debate, and Josh is going to make a big point that education funding is not up to speed. But a lot of that is because education inflation is higher than CPI inflation. So we get a little technical. The long and the short of it is, Josh is keeping his seat.
Yeah.
He's running for and going to win his seat in Hamden, and he's going to remain an influential legislator. He's going to remain a leader of a fractured progressive movement. But I have not seen this as a high-stress, high-stakes evening. I look at it as a good piece of political entertainment and information.
Mm-hmm. And, of course, there's Ryan Fazio, who has just kind of been gliding here on the Republican side. Some new commercials, including the fact that we find out he's a lefty on the mound and still has some pretty good zip on the ball.
Yeah, he's still... Fazio got a break with the implosion of, as we've talked about, the implosion of Mayor Stewart, Aaron Stewart, and he has been able to present the soft side of Ryan Fazio. The hard ball will come, right? That'll come in the fall. But right now he's Mr. Nice Guy. And when he did the forum on WFSB, my partner's over there last week, July 15th, I believe, a week ago today. He was able to talk about he was even able to escape the Trump questions, about ICE.
Yeah.
Because the question from the Democrat, they have my friend Jimmy Tickey and my friend Thomas Claridis, the Republican and the Democrat.
Yeah.
And they're, Jimmy asked, do you support ICE? Do you support ICE? And he's still able to deflect that. Now, his ads now reflect that deflection. He's a nice guy, and he is a nice guy. Everybody likes, Ryan Fazio. Nobody who doesn't like him. He's able to deflect the questions about Trump. Will he be able to do that in the fall? That remains to be seen.
All right. Some Yale legislators, Yale alumni and alumna, urging the school there, Old Ivy, Bulldogs, bow, wow, wow, not to settle with the Trump White House. What's going on here?
Well, they're angry, and they want it to be known that they're angry. You know the definition of a nanosecond, right?
Yeah. What is
it? It's the difference in time between when you meet a Yalie and you learn that they're a Yalie. Low blow, I know, low blow. But it's led by Matt Blumenthal.
Dan, I will run into a lot of Yaleys this hockey season, and I will attribute that to you. But go ahead.
Yeah, please do. And it's not just Yale, but here in Connecticut, we have Yale. So, led by Matt Blumenthal, who's has a platform as chair of a committee, the GAE, and he as a Yale alum from the law school is there are 8 of them in total, all Democrats who went to Yale in one form or one is the spouse of a Yale professor, and the other 7 have degrees from Yale, and they're saying, look, on this accusation by the U.S. Department of Justice that you gave unfair admission preference to Black and Hispanic applicants for the law school, the medical school, and the college. If you cave in, it wasn't just please don't cave in, we're watching. It's if you cave in, who knows what may happen to your privileges for tax abatements, not abatements, but tax benefits in Connecticut. Who knows what may happen with Connecticut and not invoking certain governance aspects that we have. Who knows? This may happen to you, and we may not be there to protect you the way we have.
Wow.
And so I called it a threat, and I continue to call it a threat. But it's a viable threat, and it's not a mean threat. It was a threat among friends. Yale alums to their beloved university saying, do not cave. And the lowest blow of all, Paul, what's the worst thing you can say to someone from Yale?
Go Harvard?
Go Harvard. And what they said was, Harvard didn't cave. They're winning because they won the lower court ruling in Massachusetts. you can too.
Wow, there you go. Yeah, I see the threat, though, Dan, sort of like out of a mob movie. Hey, nice restaurant you have here. Pity if something happened to it, right?
Well, that's actually the way I phrased it in the column. I said that
Oh, really?
they informed Yale that it would be a shame if anything happened to their tax abatements from the state of Connecticut.
And finally, Eversource in the news again, and I was telling my listeners this has actually been in the pipeline for years. A lot of the country's already on board with these smart meters. Explain what's going on here, and yet another contentious episode looks like it may be coming.
Smart meters would have cost $600 to $700 million to install across the Eversource footprint had it been done 6 years ago when they were talking about it. But because they were feuding with then chair of Pura, Marissa Gillette, it got put off and put off and put off among all this money squabble. They're now filing yesterday that it would be $1.23 billion with a B. And, you know, it's roughly $1,000 a house. And they're saying, look, this is money that you're going to have to pay because we have to upgrade the metering system anyway.
Yeah.
We can't keep limping along with old meters. I'm very happy with my old meter. It doesn't seem to measure all the electricity.
Me too, yeah.
But all kidding aside, what the new generation of meters do is they allow, it's not just, gee whiz, we need a new meter, the old meter is old. It's that the new meters, because they're in real time, they tell the system exactly what's down where, and they tell the system exactly how to charge by time of day when the time comes that we really need to get serious about that. And they're going to be very much better about the expansion of solar, which is, as you know, a logistical nightmare, controlling what assets are online, what generation is online. So it's a lot of reasons to have it, and it's expensive.
Yeah. Hey, let me just slip this in with you quick here because you would know this. I'm glad you brought that up. I read the aspect here of the meters will allow them to adjust rates by time of day. So you and I are old enough to remember what they used to call off-peak hours. Does that not exist anymore or not?
UI, I understand UI uses it. I'm not a UI customer, but I understand UI uses it. CL&P, which still, you know, Eversource is still Connecticut Light and Power in Connecticut legally. CL&P does not use off-peak billing. And one of the reasons for that, one of the reasons is policy. Another of the reasons is expense. And the expense is due to the fact that it would be a metering nightmare because you don't have these more advanced meters.
Excellent. Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Dan, what might our listeners be looking for from you in the next day or so? What are you working on?
Well, I'm going to write about the debate, so you can look for my column in the morning about the debate. And what I'll be focusing on is whether and to what degree this thing is friendly versus nasty, because the ads are right in the middle.
Yeah.
You know, you could argue that a person who is still nonetheless friendly with the governor is accusing the governor of being in bed with his fellow billionaires. But when you hear it coming out of his mouth with the candidate, with the governor standing 6 feet away, the tone of that is going to matter to me as much as the message.
Absolutely. Dan, we'll read it tomorrow. Thank you, my friend. Enjoy tonight. Be good.
Thank you.
All right, Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Tomorrow morning, he will be wrapping up the big debate tonight. Ned Lamont v. Josh Elliott.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound accident reported between the West Rock Tunnel and exit 50, affecting both sides of the highway. New Haven 91 south, you're jamming from exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf, Lower Fairfield County. 95 north, hour and 20, Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway is only slightly better. Traffic report is powered by the city of Bridgeport. Bridgeport residents, are you concerned about extreme heat or poor air quality? Join the free community conversation Thursday, 5:30 p.m. at Burroughs Community Center. And that's Kraus, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Clearing later this evening and overnight near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny with a high again near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If you get injured in an accident, it can feel like you're out there all by yourself. Insurance companies send an army of lawyers after you to lowball your claim, deny coverage, and force you to settle. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up to the insurance companies for more than 85 years. We're on your side, and we'll get you what you're entitled to. We don't get paid until you do. If you're injured, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at TrentoloLaw.com. That's TrentoloLaw.com.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Buying or selling a home is one of the biggest decisions you will ever make. That's why you need a team with the experience. Jonathan Carbuty of Carbuty & Company Realtors delivers local expertise to help buyers find the right property and sellers maximize their home's value. John and his team put your goals first. Choose the proven difference. Call Carbuty & Company Realtors today at 203-980-6886.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbuty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Just a man, a microphone, and a lot of thoughts. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, thanks to our buddy, our pal on this program here, Dan Harhurst, Connecticut Media. What'd you think of what Dan said? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Now, by the way, coming up after the news, I promise you, the story that I'm not BSing you here. I read this and I said to myself, and so it begins. Seriously. And so it begins. It's one of these things that they made a movie about, oh boy, 20 years ago, 25 years ago maybe? I'll look it up and we'll get into it right after we hear from ABC News and the one and only Chris Williams.
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Residents along the Gulf Coast taking cover after Tropical Storm Bertha made landfall near St. Bernard Parish in Louisiana. ABC's Victor Oquindo is in New Orleans.
We are feeling the brunt of it right now. I'm sure you can hear it. The strongest wind and rain by far. We are right along Lake Pontchartrain. It is right across the street over there. Police keeping us on this side for the time being. But as you look at the lake, that surf, it is being kicked right up and over onto Lakeshore Drive. And as you look at the street itself, there is a little bit of storm surge and some coastal flooding. That is what we have been watching for all day here in this part of Louisiana.
President Trump attended the dignified transfer at Dover Air Base today in Delaware for the 4 U.S. service members killed in the Middle East this week. Hostilities between the U.S. and Iran intensifying for a second week. In California, it's day 2 of a preliminary hearing for David Burke, the singer known as David, accused of murdering a teen last year. He denies the allegations. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Multiple areas in Connecticut saw flash flooding due to heavy rain on Tuesday. The intersection of Coe Avenue and Short Beach Road was closed due to flooding in East Haven. In West Haven, Mayor Dorinda Borer said that floodgates were closed at Washington Avenue and Campbell Avenue, and beaches were flooded on Ocean Avenue and Lake Street. First Avenue was also flooded near the Interstate 95 ramps. The Connecticut Post Mall in Milford was back open today after severe flooding caused chaos there Tuesday afternoon. Storm drain backups sent water pouring through the first floor, soaking stores and sparking a scare among shoppers for nearly 3 hours, although the mall stayed open the entire time. Cleanup crews worked through the night after ceiling tiles came down in the Journey store, forcing an evacuation of that location. A mall spokesperson had said the cleanup is ongoing and the property will be running on normal hours, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., although a handful of stores in the hardest hit area may need extra time before reopening to customers. The Beardsley Zoo employee continues to recover after experiencing an electrical discharge when lightning struck nearby as they were handling a chain-link fence Tuesday. Zoo officials say the employee is doing well, and the zoo is continuing to follow its established weather safety protocols, calling the safety of staff, guests, and animals its highest priority. A Bridgeport police captain is under investigation for allegedly using a gay slur in front of several fellow officers. Michael Salem III, the president of Bridgeport's police union, confirmed that Captain Kevin Gilliran is under investigation, but added he couldn't add anything more to his comment. Gilliran is one of 3 captains in the department, and he's being accused by Captain Lonnie Blackwell of using a profanity followed by a derogatory homophobic slur directed towards Captain John Cummings. Blackwell emailed his complaint on July 14th to City Attorney Taisha Toms, saying Gilliran used the term on July 12th during a tense exchange with Assistant Chief Frank Capozzi after Cummings made a joke at Gilliran's expense. Mayor Joe Ganem's Chief Administrative Officer Tom Gaudet said that Captain Gilliran is a good man who's had a great career with the Bridgeport Police Department, but if he did use that term, appropriate punishment should be given. The state unemployment rate in Connecticut stands at 5.2%. That number is a full percentage point higher than the national rate. The new data released in the Department of Labor's mid-year jobs report indicates the state's unemployment rate rose for the 6th month in a row. Officials are optimistic that the total number of non-farm jobs set a new record of more than 1.7 million. The data also shows that manufacturing and construction jobs showed promising growth. A teacher and a police officer are facing charges for a disturbance at a Hartford Yard Goats game. Milford teacher John J. Hatfield is facing disorderly conduct and trespassing charges for allegedly making sexually inappropriate comments to juveniles. Orange Police Sergeant Frank Kocius is facing charges of disorderly conduct and interfering with an arrest over claims he pushed a police officer. The incident occurred on July 11th. Yard Goats staff reports they asked the 2 men to leave the premises, but they resisted. Neither have entered a plea. A group of lawmakers from Yale are encouraging the university to fight back against racial discrimination allegations. University President Maury McInnes says the school is in negotiations to settle a lawsuit filed by the DOJ over discriminatory admissions practices. New Haven Mayor Justin Elliker and Democratic State Representative Matt Blumenthal, who are both Yale alums, are criticizing the negotiations and calling the investigation, quote, baseless. A letter was sent to university leadership calling on the university to fight the charges. It was endorsed by a coalition of at least a half dozen lawmakers who went to Yale. The Easton Police Department is warning residents they may have received a phishing attempt after Town Hall's email system was compromised during a breach. The issue was resolved quickly, but the police department is warning residents not to open any emails or click any links that may have been sent as the result of the breach, and say to simply erase the email. They stressed the breach has since been resolved. Connecticut Democratic voters get their first head-to-head look at the governor's race tonight as Governor Ned Lamont and Hamden State Representative Josh Elliott face off in a live Democratic primary debate.
Look what we've been able to accomplish, and we're just getting started.
I've been talking about the same thing since I started, affordability for working families.
It airs at 7 p.m. on WTNH TV News 8, streaming on their website and the station's free app, with viewers encouraged to join the conversation using the hashtag DebateNightInCT. Chief political anchor Dennis House will moderate with political correspondent Mike Cerulli as a panelist. The Capitol Report team will break down the debate immediately afterward. It's a key moment for voters ahead of Connecticut's primary election set for Tuesday, August 11th. And Tweed New Haven Regional Airport is moving forward with its expansion project. Airport officials made the announcement Tuesday after the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia upheld the Federal Aviation Administration's approval of the expansion. The town of East Haven had filed a legal challenge to the extension and terminal expansion. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross Route 15 northbound accident reported between the West Rock Tunnel and exit 50, affecting both sides of the highway. New Haven 91 south, you're jamming from exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf, Lower Fairfield County. 95 north, hour and 20, Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway is only slightly better. Traffic report is powered by the City of Bridgeport. Bridgeport residents, are you concerned about extreme heat or poor air quality? Join the free community conversation Thursday, 5:30 p.m. at Burroughs Community Center. And that's Kraus WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair after midnight, cooler near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow near 80. Friday, sunny and dry near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Speaking of voice, thank you, Mr. Big Voice there. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. All right, here's the story I've been teasing you with. Do you remember the movie, what year did this come out? 1983, long time ago. And I was right. I said about 20, 25 years ago, 1983. No, I'm sorry. More than that. 17 and no, Paul, what are you doing? Do your math, kid. 17 plus 26 is 43. Okay, 25. Jeez, Paul. 43 years ago. War Games. You remember that? Matthew Broderick, Dabney Coleman, John Wood, and Ali Sheedy. Broderick plays David Lightman, a young computer hacker who unwittingly accessed the United States military supercomputer program to simulate, predict, and execute a nuclear war against the Soviet Union. All right, the Soviet Union. It was still the Soviet bloc for another, 6 years after that? Well, why am I mentioning this? Listen to this. I'll read the Associated Press version of this. Chat GPT, which is AI. You can go online and chat with Chat GPT. There's a free level, there's a pay level, there's a commercial level, whatever. Chat GPT maker OpenAI says it's still investigating the, quote, unprecedented cyber incident, unquote, that led its artificial intelligence systems to break out of a testing environment and hack into another AI company. Did you hear that? You've heard of ChatGPT and their OpenAI product. Well, OpenAI got a little feisty and went after another AI system. God. And I had a guest on the program, about 2 years ago, who said this was going to happen. He said it was going to happen, and he predicted that AI could become unstable, go and attack other entities, and if you just tried to turn it off or deprogram it or erase it, it can hide. Oh, jeez, oh. OpenAI said two of its most capable AI models, two of them, were responsible for the cyber attack targeting another AI company called Huggy Face. Come on. Give me your Huggy Face. The incident is stirring debates over the need for stronger AI guardrails and the extent to which artificial intelligence agents are capable of acting on their own. The people at Hugging Face said last week they detected an intrusion into its data processing systems that it suspected was caused by another AI acting on its own. But the New York-based startup says it wasn't until this week that it learned OpenAI was responsible. And it worked with the larger companies to contain. That's never a good word. We're working to contain something. That's not good. You think of viruses. You think of infections. You think of hacking. You think of wildfires. You think of chemical spills. They were working to contain what Huggy Face CEO Clement Delange called, oh boy, here's folks, I hate to tell you this. Here's the Huggy Face boss saying, quote, "This was an attack unlike anything we've ever seen before." Oh my God. San Francisco-based OpenAI said its AI used stolen credentials and discovered a previously unknown vulnerability to access Hugging Face's servers. That's great. It was working with reduced guardrails because it was supposed to be in an isolated testing environment known as a sandbox. But it went to, quote, extreme lengths to achieve a narrow testing goal, unquote. Oh my God, I got to stop reading this. Finding ways to connect to the internet without human direction and to gain access to secret info that could be, quote, used to cheat the evaluation. Oh my God. You know what that was? That was 5 paragraphs there I read, basically, from the AP, saying, yeah, this thing acted like an entity. This thing acted like a sentient being. Now, some say, I don't want to go through any more of this, but some experts say OpenAI is wrong here. There were things that could have been awry. Has AI found the keys to the teacher's house? Whoa, man. How about that? You happy about that? How about that? OpenAI, artificial intelligence. How do you not love that?
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Need a new roof? If you've got cracked or curled shingles, the answer is yes. I'm Eddie Griffin, owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. We don't just install your roof, we fortify it. Backed by a 50-year no-leak warranty. Payments start as low as $99 per month. Connecticut homeowners have trusted Brown Roofing for over 50 years. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
As we celebrate 250 years of freedom, freedom to govern ourselves, freedom to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, let me ask you a question. What does financial freedom look like today, and do you have it? Because it looks like insulation from inflation. It looks like a hedge against global instability and global divestment from the US dollar. It looks a lot like owning physical gold. It's Stephen Gardner for Monetary Gold, who have been helping Americans diversify with gold for the past 26 years. Did you know you can own physical gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account? Learn how with a free copy of Gold in Modern America from Monetary Gold. Claim it at StephenLovesGold.com. Find freedom with gold. Visit StephenLovesGold.com or call 800-608-1770 for a one-on-one consultation. Claim your free guide at StephenLovesGold.com or call 800-608-1770. Performance may vary. Consult your tax and financial professional.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, hour and 20 from the state line going through Fairfield. Parkway northbound is only slightly easier. Upper Merritt will save you the most time. And on the Wilbur Cross going north and southbound, heavy congestion delays between Route 34 and the West Rock Tunnel. A lot of it stemming from an earlier issue. New Haven, 91 south, you're jamming from exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. And on 84 eastbound, a long line of cars off the state line going through Danbury. Traffic report is powered by the City of Bridgeport. Bridgeport residents, are you concerned about extreme heat or poor air quality? Join the free community conversation Thursday, 5:30 p.m. at Burroughs Community Center. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Clearing later this evening and overnight near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow with a high near 80. Friday, sunny with a high again near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorak on WICC.
We're live and local, and we want to hear from you on the voice of Connecticut. Call 203-333-WICC. We now return to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 695.9.
All right, couple things to mop up here before we skedaddle. I'll go home, sleep fast, and be in for Melissa tomorrow morning, 5 till 10. Best of hour from 5 to 6. Then I'll hop in the saddle. We'll talk about the debate tonight and a whole bunch of other stuff. After months of bickering, the House will finally get a chance today. I don't know how this vote went, to impose some sweeping limits on stock trades by lawmakers and their spouses. Now, you would think that this is easy and no-brainer, but there are some people fighting this. And a lot of people who make this money, I got to be upfront with this, are saying, well, you know, I don't control my stock trade. Nobody believes that, because you see all these members of Congress who may have some means because of previous business or career sorts of choices here. They may have money, but come on. Here are the 10. I'll give you just briefly here. We'll go through them quickly because, believe me, this is bipartisan. A lot of lawmakers making a lot of money with their portfolios, even if they're saying, hey, I just tell my broker, make me money. Yeah, okay. Congressman Democrat Ro Khanna, Democrat, California. 4,772 trades last year, bringing in $69 million. Nancy Pelosi, $52 million and a half over the past year with 21 trades. Republican, the retiring former chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Mike McCall, Republican, Texas, $48 million on almost 1,000 trades. State Rep Tony Weld, Republican, Wisconsin. His household moved $26 million across 19 trades. In the Tech Center, Democrat Gil Cisneros, $12 million over 1,100 trades last year. State Rep Chip Roy, Republican, Texas, the top trader in Congress, but his office has attributed that to an error in his financial disclosures. Yeah, Chip Roy is another right-wing darling. He's a phony, too. Rounding out the top 10, Congress folks Cleo Fields, Democrat, Louisiana. Republican, Michigan, Lisa McClain. Republican, North Carolina, Tim Moore. Democrat, New Jersey, Josh Gottheimer. And Democrat Kevin Hearn, Republican, Oklahoma. So there you go. It's a mixed bag. It's bipartisan, and it's millions of bucks. And they're saying, oh, who, me? Us? Now, again, fix the law. I'm not against anybody being able to make money in any way as long as they're not ne'er-do-wells and we're doing this in a correct way. But come on, please, for the love of sweet Jesus. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Here's one, a model recruiter, not a model citizen, but a guy who recruited models, young women for Jeffrey Epstein. What a shock. He's been found dead in Paris. Daniel Siad's body was found in his house in Colombes, a suburb of the French capital. Prosecutors said an autopsy will be performed to determine the cause of death. I'll bet you it will. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's shocking, ain't it? And let me end with this, because this popped up over the weekend on social media, and I marked it, I shared it, a lot of people reacting to it now. Let me ask you people, or let me tell the fine people in the great brass city of Waterbury. How you doing, Waterbury? Everything good? Guess what? Find the brake pedal. Find the brake pedal. Find the brake pedal. Slow the F down. The Republican American says Waterbury is going to install 19 speed and red light cameras. 19 of them. Not 9. 19. Story today in the Republican American, the Connecticut Insider, Michael Walsh's story. I don't know what else to tell you. Get your head out of the sand, get your head out of the nether regions in your anatomy, and read where they're going. I'm not going to read all 19 here, but they have a map. They're telling you where it's a speed camera. They're telling you where it's a red light camera. Let me see. The red light cameras, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it looks like, did I count that right? 3, 6, 9. So there are 9 red light cameras and 10 speed cameras. Boots, according to the Waterbury Police Department, are going to be on the ground the next day to start construction. So, folks, I know you're going to bitch and moan and complain. Go ahead and do it. If it makes you feel good. Don't say, I don't want to hear anybody say, I didn't hear about this. The Waterbury Police, the mayor there in the Great Brass City, they're not under any legal notification reason to go, hi, police here, with the mayor's here. Hi, how you doing, Mayor? Listen, you better know where these are. No. I'm sorry, I don't tolerate that at all. And let me see, 1, 2, 3, 10 speed cameras and 3, 6, 9 red light cameras. There you go. I don't know what else to tell you. Chase Avenue, East Main Street, North Main Street, East Main, Washington Avenue, Cook Street, East Aurora, West Main, and North Main for the red light cameras. Speed cameras, Thomaston Avenue, Baldwin Street, Cook Street, Prospect Road, South Main, Chase Avenue, Wolcott Street, Watertown Avenue, East Aurora, and North Main. Not for the entirety of those streets, but again, get your head out of the sand or the concrete or whatever it's buried in. Go online. Ask any AI chatbot that's not looking to shut down your bank account and say, hey, where are the cameras in Waterbury?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, hour and 20 from the state line going through Fairfield. Parkway northbound is only slightly easier. Upper Merritt will save you the most time. And on the Wilbur Cross going north and southbound, heavy congestion delays between Route 34 and the West Rock Tunnel. A lot of it stemming from an earlier issue. New Haven, 91 south, you're jamming from exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. And on 84 eastbound, a long line of cars off the state line going through Danbury. Traffic report is powered by the city of Bridgeport. Bridgeport residents, are you concerned about extreme heat or poor air quality? Join the free community conversation Thursday, 5:30 p.m. at Burroughs Community Center. And that's Kraus, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair after midnight, cooler near 60. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow near 80. Friday, sunny and dry near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And mark my words about this. Write this down that I'm saying this at 5:58 and 30 seconds here. Mark my words on this. Once these 19 cameras go up in Waterbury, give it about, I don't know, maybe a month into the actual fines being hot. In other words, they're probably going to go with 30 days of warnings, and then after they send about 8,000 warnings out every day, they're going to start to get blowback. They will get blowback on this, and you know what it's going to be based on? Race. You watch. It's going to be based on race. In fact, I think there is a aspect of the red light camera and speed camera bill that already limits how many cameras can go up in certain census tracts, not TRACKS, TRACTS, certain census tracts based on population and average income. But you watch, the race hucksters will be out there like crazy saying our people can't afford this. I know you're probably mad at me now for saying that. The truth hurts. Chris Williams, Andrew Krause, Paul Bjork, thank you guys and gals so much. Appreciate it. I'm in for Melissa tomorrow morning in mere hours. You know, right here.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Tropical storm Bertha making landfall this afternoon east of New Orleans, losing some steam but still dumping rain and whipping up the threat of storm surge along the Gulf Coast. Here's ABC's Victor Okendo in the Big Easy.
And as we come this way, we can see how much water has made its way over from Lake Pontchartrain, now really flooding this area. The good news, this is probably as bad as it is going to get today. Louisiana's governor saying that the storm likely will not produce the type of rainfall or kind of wind event that it could have, but we're feeling the brunt of it right now.
House Speaker Mike Johnson touting a series of votes today, passing measures to extend government funding through December 4th, along with a budget resolution package.
And the budget resolution that unlocks our third reconciliation bill, which of course is Republicans' best shot to get as much of the Save America Act into law as possible, in addition to funding our national defense and our farmers.
In addition, lawmakers helped pass the Stop Insider Trading Act that bans members of Congress and family members from trading individual stocks and also puts limits on it. It does not include members of the executive branch. President Trump, along with top military leaders, attended the dignified transfer at Dover Air Base today for the 4 U.S. service members killed in the Middle East. 18 U.S. military members have died since the start of the war with Iran. The Trump administration has struck a landmark nuclear deal with Saudi Arabia. ABC's Patrick Reevell has details.
The deal is likely worth billions of dollars for American companies, and it also shuts out Russia and China. But it's also highly controversial because there are fears that it could ultimately pave the way to Saudi Arabia getting a nuclear weapon and then potentially an arms race in the Middle East. Most controversially, the deal potentially opens the door to allowing Saudi Arabia to enrich uranium on its territory.
On Wall Street today, stocks finished lower. You're listening to ABC News.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. and because they're my friends. They trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
They're fast, quiet, and affordable, but as popular e-bike sales surge, so have injuries related to those vehicles.
One estimate puts the number of people hurt in e-bike accidents at 20,000 per year.
It's really disheartening.
Orthopedic trauma surgeon Hassan Mir sees it firsthand.
I'll spend a day operating on kids injured from e-bikes, and then on my way home from work, see more kids on e-bikes.
Riders aged 10 to 14 make up the largest percentage of e-bike injuries. When Dr. Mir sees those riders,
I wonder if that kid's going to be my next patient.
Jim Ryan, ABC News.
In California, the preliminary hearing continues for David Burke. The singer known as David is accused of murdering a teen last year. Prosecutors trying to establish a motive.
On the witness stand on day 2 of the hearing, David Burke's financial manager and a finance employee of the record company that signed Burke are testifying. Prosecutors are trying to establish that Burke had a huge financial motive to protect his career and that he killed 14-year-old Celeste Rivas to prevent her from exposing their sexual relationship and impacting that career. On Tuesday, prosecutors showed gruesome photos of the crime scene as they try to prove to the judge there's enough evidence to move to trial. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Last month's heat wave in France leading to a surge in deaths. The health ministry says 5,700 more people died than usual during that historic heat wave. I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as big wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, bringing you one of Melissa in the Morning's favorite moments.
You know, I don't like how political things have gotten because sometimes it's very hard to determine if something is good news or bad news. Do you feel that way? Yeah, me too. For example, the June 2026 jobs report for Connecticut came out recently. And depending on which side of the aisle you're on, maybe you thought it was a great report. However, if you were on a different side of the aisle, you thought it was trash. Now, here's the thing. 2 things can be true at the same time. Maybe there are some good things about it. Maybe there are some things we need to improve upon. And so I took the politics out of it, and I decided, well, let's go back to Old Reliable, which would be CBIA, the state's largest business organization. They would understand jobs and what's really happening on the ground with the businesses. Small businesses up to major corporations and everything in between. So we welcome back to the show Chris DiPentima, who is CBIA's president and CEO. Hey, Chris, how are you?
I'm doing well. Great to be back on with you, and thanks for having me.
I always love having you here, Chris. I love our conversations, and I think you bring such clarity to, like I said, everything becomes political. I don't want the politics. I want to know, was this a good report? Was this a bad report? Was it a little bit of both? What would you tell us?
I'd say it's a little bit of both. It's always good to add jobs, right? And so we did add jobs for the month of June, which is a good sign. So you start there as a positive. You don't want to see jobs going away or reducing the number of jobs. So that starts as a positive. But when you look at the number of jobs being added and you look at it in perspective to where we've been, and you look at the number of people leaving the labor force and the high unemployment rate, there's more bad indicators in the report overall. So, when I say it's mixed, I would lean more towards it's not a great report. And as you said, there's certainly folks who are reporting it saying, hey, we've got a stable economy. We're still adding 500 or 1,000 people each month to to the labor force by having them fill those jobs. But when you peel back the onion and really look at it, the number of jobs that we've added in Connecticut, Melissa, since the start of 2024 is 11,500. So in 2.5 years, we've added 11,500. 9,000 of them have been the first 6 months of this year.
Wow.
But that is not a good number at all. I mean, that's very stagnant job growth. You could call it job growth because we are actually growing, but it's very, 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 very flat. And that's, metric number one that is very concerning. Metric number two that's concerning is the unemployment rate continued to go up in this last report. We're now at 5.2%. We're a whole percent higher than the national average. We've gone up over 1% in unemployment just in the last 12 months. So we have a bunch of people out there looking for work now who weren't looking for work before. Either maybe they were self-employed and they decided to get back into the workforce. Maybe they decided to switch careers, or some employers had some downsizing. So that's metric number two that's concerning. Metric number three that's concerning is about 47,000 people have left the labor force in Connecticut in the past 12 months. So retiring, leaving the state, a couple other reasons for potentially leaving the workforce. They could have left the workforce and started their own company in Connecticut, which puts more demands on the workforce. But to put that in perspective, 47,000 people leaving the workforce in the last 12 months. That's the size of Enfield, the size of Middletown, almost the size of the population of Danbury, Connecticut. That is a huge number of people who are leaving the workforce, and we're not backfilling them. And then the last metric that puts more stress on this is we've got almost 90,000 job openings in the state. So, you add it all together, a bunch of people looking for work, a bunch of people leaving the labor force, not filling the jobs at a very high rate at all, and a bunch of employers looking for people to fill the jobs to meet the demands of the customers. That all equates to, the businesses are getting pretty frustrated now over this workforce crisis that we've had in Connecticut for almost 3 years.
So that's a lot to digest, I got to be honest, Chris. But this is why I say, two things can be true at the same time. I'm a New York Yankees fan and a Boston Bruins fan. How do you make sense of that? Well, because two things can be true at the same time. So I noticed in this report that there are actually some key industries that are crushing it. Manufacturing is doing fantastic. I would say it seems like other areas are doing very well, or at least we've had such a focus on them that we are really building that, I'd say, pipeline up. So great. That's awesome. However, it's always so concerning to me. I never understand how our unemployment rate goes up and we have all these job openings and yet we have all these people who left. Now, so I understand, like you said, you've got a lot of retirements. Fine. I'll allow it. People leave the state. Totally will allow that. It's so unaffordable to live here. I get it. But it is always alarming to me when you have a higher unemployment rate than we do on the national average, but we've got tens of thousands of jobs that are open. How does that happen?
Total mismatch between the skills we're giving folks, either coming out of school or early in the career, and where the job openings are in Connecticut. That's one issue. The other issue is it's the lack of connection. You got these people looking, you've got for jobs, you got these employers looking for these people, but they're not being connected. If you go, just run an experiment at any point in time and go try to find where the job openings are in Connecticut. And it's very, very hard. Yeah, maybe you could go on Indeed, maybe you go on LinkedIn, maybe you go on the state job posting board at DOL. But it's not like one source that you could go to if you're an unemployed person, or if you just graduated high school or just graduated college and you're out there looking for work and you haven't previously been connected to the workforce. That's how that mismatch happens, especially when more than half of those 90,000 job openings only require a high school degree or GED equivalent, or maybe a one-year certification. You're not talking about a lot of these jobs necessarily requiring high skilled, high degree. That you would understand them not being filled for a long time, right? A doctor, a lawyer, an architect, multi-degree, multi-years of education. More than 55% of the 90,000 job openings just require a high school degree or GED equivalent. So I'd call them entry level. I'd call them the way to get connected to the workforce, the way to start your career. And they're not getting filled because we do not have a good connection in Connecticut for those students who are in high school through work-based learning, internships, or apprenticeships. And I'm talking about our comprehensive public high school system. Our technical high school system in Connecticut is phenomenal at doing this, but our public school system is not good at connecting those students when they're in high school with potential career opportunities, preparing them for careers. We focus so much in Connecticut on preparing our young people for college. It's become a bit of a college or bust mentality versus it should be a college or career mentality. They should be prepared for careers.
And so we not only continued the conversation with Chris about how do we better connect the next generation of workers, our middle schoolers and high schoolers, to the career paths that fulfill jobs in industries right now that really need more workers and have more job security. So we talk about that, plus the inevitable, how the affordability crisis in Connecticut also plays a role in the results of the June 2026 employment report. You could hear the full podcast and actually click on the full report. If you go to our website, voiceofct.com, we have all of that for you under Melissa in the Morning. We'll be right back. You're listening to WICC.
When you want real local news, you turn to WICC. When you want real live and local talk, you turn to WICC. There's no AI here. We're in your community because it's our community too. Personalities you know and trust, delivering what matters to you. We're the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. Something you may have missed from Melissa in the Morning. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Bridgeport announced the opening of a bus patrol state headquarters building in the Park City. So I wanted to talk about the growth of this program, not just in Bridgeport, but across the state, because let's go down memory lane for a quick second, okay? So bus patrol, I'll check the date on this one, has not even been around for a decade, okay? Almost a decade, though. And Bridgeport adopted its measures in 2023, if my math serves me correctly. I think it's coming up on its 3-year anniversary. Since then, not only has Bridgeport seen success with this program, but also other towns and cities across Connecticut have jumped on board, no pun intended. So I wanted to talk about the growth of this, but also to the point that there needed to be a headquarters building for the state become a reality right here in Bridgeport. So joining me to talk more about this is Justin Myers, who is the president and chief innovation officer at Bus Patrol. Hey, Justin, welcome to the show.
Hey, Melissa, thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, so correct me on the dates. I don't know if I have that right. Did you guys start Bus Patrol in general in 2017?
So Bus Patrol launched in 2017. You were spot on with your dates. It's really born. We're a mission-driven organization. Our mission is to protect kids on their commutes to and from school. And unfortunately, in 2017, there was a really tragic event in Rochester, Indiana, where 4 children were struck, 3 were killed, all siblings. And the NTSB came out, did a study on that event, and made a number of recommendations, one of which that every community in the country should adopt an automated enforcement program to help protect kids when they're getting on and off the school bus.
Wow. And so how did you get connected to Bridgeport, Connecticut?
Yeah, so Bridgeport, so our goal is to eliminate the illegal passes of school buses in the United States. So our hope is to help support and partner with every community in the U.S. Right now, we're on about 50,000 school buses across 34 states. It's about 10% of the nation's fleet. And Bridgeport really raised their hands about 3 years ago. So it takes state law. So the state has to pass a law to authorize the use of automated enforcement on a school bus. And Bridgeport, kind of looking to the neighbors in New York and Pennsylvania, Virginia, Maryland, Massachusetts, a number of other states in the region that have been doing this for many years now, Bridgeport raised their hand and said, we'd like to pilot. And so Bridgeport actually asked Bus Patrol to come in and install cameras on the school buses just as a pilot, not to do any enforcement, and to be able to measure the issue and count how many tickets there were. So they did a 6-month pilot on 75 buses, and we found 10,000 violations, or potential violations, I should say, over that 6-month period. And then Bridgeport actually used that data to help push the mission of child safety and the message of child safety at the state level. And we're really instrumental in helping to pass the state law in Connecticut back in 2023.
I don't know if Senator Gaston will like me saying this, but I do think it's one of his claim to fames. I do. Because when
Absolutely.
right, I mean, to me, I think, when you exit being a lawmaker for your state, I think you have to look at what was a direct result of something that I pushed forward and then it led to a major change. That has to be one of his claims to fame, Senator Gaston in Bridgeport, because that data, Justin, is almost ingrained in my brain for life. You know, that idea of over 6 months that there were potentially 10,000 instances where these cameras picked up on a problem that has been an issue for a long time, which is totally avoidable, which is people illegally passing school buses. It absolutely was enough where you had strong bipartisan support saying we could do better. And it wasn't mandated, but it was saying, hey, we have to allow this. And so since then, Justin, you probably have a better idea of this. How many other communities have gotten on board with bus patrol since Bridgeport took on this pilot program?
Yeah, absolutely. There's been great response across the state. And to your point, it does take real conviction from elected officials and law enforcement and community leaders that say, you know, in one voice, we're not going to stand for this type of behavior on our roadways around our children in our